My name is Matt Johnson, and this is the December 26th, 2019 meeting of the Town of Concord Planning Board. This meeting is being recorded, both visually and audio-wise. If you wish, you could also make your own recording of this session, though it's very well documented. But if you do, let us know so that you don't interrupt the proceedings. This session is a postponed meeting. We had to cancel our meeting, regularly scheduled meeting on the 17th due to weather problems. And we came up with this date out of like 5 or 6 that we polled the group and we were able to get a quorum. So it is a kind of unusual timing, and I do apologize to my fellow members for that, but it's kind of unavoidable because we need at least 2 meetings, tonight included, before the warrant closes in order to finish our bylaw amendment proposals for town meeting. But we also have the deliberations that we started in the last meeting on the planned residential development. And so that is the first item of business. I just do want to mention that tonight's work is going to be a little bit different from the past sessions in that at this stage we are not seeking public comment or input from the developer, or otherwise we'll work with our town planner and to clarify and make the recommendations regarding this development to the Zoning Board of Appeals. So we will have a general public comment section at the end of the meeting, however. So I just want to clarify that. So let's do our first order of business, which is our deliberations on the recommendations to the Zoning Board of Appeals for the application of Symes Development and Permitting LLC for a variance and special permit under section 7510, 11.6 and 11.7 of the zoning bylaw for a 34-unit planned residential development at 1440, 1450, and 146B Main Street. So I think where we sit is at the end of the last meeting, we kind of got opinions from different board members about how they felt about different aspects of the project. And I think what struck me at that time was there was a lot of diversity of opinion, not just overall, but on each point. And so I think that, tonight we need to either sort of seek consensus or seek, what a majority or minority view is on those points and see what kind of recommendation we want to make. We can either make a recommendation for or against, and if we make those recommendations, we also can suggest changes that we would like to see in order to approve for the ZBA. So, how would you like to proceed? I could go back over the sort of different elements of our recommendation and kind of see if we can move closer in opinion.
And just to clarify, we're going to make one recommendation that has a number of things in it, right? We can't make a recommendation in support of something.
So we would have
what is our leeway?
So we can have a motion to recommend, or we can have a motion not to recommend. So that's one decision that we need to make. And then if we make a motion, let's say not to recommend, for example, we can then suggest things that we would want to see.
So you have 3 options. You can make a recommendation to deny. You can make a recommendation to approve. You can make a recommendation to approve with modifications.
Okay. And it's just the PRD. In other words, we're not weighing in on earth removal or
variance.
Height variance, right?
The zoning bylaw does not require your recommendation.
Right. So it's just kind of the recommendation of the PRD.
Well, so we have our report, and it has these elements that are in section 10.4 of the bylaw. And so that's what we're going to ask Elizabeth to draft. And then we would review the draft and vote on that draft at the next meeting. Mm-hmm. So the elements of that report are specified here, and, you know, we need, as we do that, to also look back at 10.2 and the sections there and just see, okay, how is that informing our recommendation?
If I may, just as starting, I know you did your report last week on pretty short notice, pulled it together, and you alluded to in the report having to pull, you know, that it was.
And that you hadn't had a chance to review certain
Right,
things.
and I would suggest that our discussion tonight be framed by the report, which goes through the various items that we need to decide whether the applicant has met in their application
Yep.
or not. But as a starting point, I'd like to know, I know we haven't gotten an updated report. Was there any additional information or anything that you want to share with the board before we go into the general discussion? For example, if you looked at the report, over the ensuing, since the 10th, and if there's any additional.
I mean, at this point, I know the applicant is still working with the Natural Resources Commission.
I was going to say, we haven't heard from them.
Well, they're making their recommendation directly to the Board of Appeals.
Okay.
So,
Nothing else significant, so we can still continue to focus on the report from the 10th to guide our deliberation.
at this point, yes.
Has the applicant come before the Natural Resources Commission? Or I think that their
They
meeting was
did
also
before.
delayed,
Their meeting was also delayed,
and so they're not scheduled to go.
January 8th.
So I guess I would propose that we go through the section 10 PRD requirements and determine or discuss whether each one's been met, and then if there is anything that we would want to look at as a condition for
Right.
approval, or anything on each of those points, going off of the report. And I think, there are a number of items which are on their face met in terms of the section 10 requirements, and we started the discussion last week on some of the things that I think
Sure.
are more based upon, they're more subjective.
I say there is one additional piece of information, which is something that I kind of instigated in the discussions last time, which was to try to do a sort of build-out analysis of the square feet of space as we measure it using our floor area ratio bylaw, which is how we now measure a lot of the visible built aspects of projects. And then to compare that to a sort of pro forma subdivision and just see what the total build out would be. And I think that was distributed to the board and posted on our website as well. And it shows roughly comparable build out in terms of square feet relative to a potential subdivision. Now it is fewer units overall. And so then there's the next question, I think, that was also raised, which was about impact on the schools. And there it's a little bit more difficult. I think we did a survey of the PRDs, found that there were 17 school children among 75 units. But I think it would be safe to assume that there would be a higher density of student population, that you'd see more than 8.5 kids, school-age kids, in this development if it were built due to its proximity to the school, and the size of the units. That said, if you take a subdivision and the number of units that might be built there, each of them being a 4-bedroom plus house, how many people would that be? It's very hard to say that there would be a big difference. I think one thing that is clear is that from an affordable housing liability perspective, in other words, the burden placed upon the town to make up for the units that are being built with affordable units that keep us at a 10% level is higher with the PRD. It'd be 3.4 units that we would need to construct of state inventory affordable housing versus 2.1 or whatever it would be. And with each unit of affordable housing costing 400 grand, that's a significant burden being placed on the town. financially to make up for that, though there is no requirement in our PRD bylaw if they're at base density to construct affordable units. The one that was proposed has been removed.
Also, it is correct that we have the authority as a town to reserve a portion of the property for
In a
affordable
subdivision,
housing.
only in the
Correct.
case of a subdivision.
Yes.
So in a subdivision, I believe it's more than 5, but the town has the right to reserve land for affordable housing and for parks. And so you're allowed to reserve a lot. So it would be a 10,000 square foot lot that the town has 3 years to purchase at fair market value.
And also for in subdivision, the effective footprint is considerably less, right?
You're
The
gonna have to
effective
speak- you're gonna have
footprint.
to speak up, Alan.
The built-up footprint is in a subdivision will be much smaller.
Well,
than-
that's what I tried to calculate, was it looked like it was about, I think it came out to 105,000 square feet.
102.
Is it
But
total
we're
built-up
basing
area
that
or
on
footprint?
pure square footage of lot size, right? Not including the wetland areas in the back that
No,
obviously
no,
can't
so
be
what
built
this
on. It
is
would have to
is-
be- He's talking about footprint.
Oh, okay, because what you do is you take, and again, the houses would be smaller than this in a subdivision. They could not be exactly this highest amount.
Right.
However, what we have found recently is that developers have tended to use the floor area ratio as kind of the guide for the size of the house being built. They're not much smaller than what could be built. So that's the theoretical max, let's say 102,000. And then you look down at what's being proposed in this development, the actual thing in front of us, and if you scroll down in that,
It's 97,000.
yeah, 97,000. So I think in the end, it might be roughly comparable. And this is not counting open porches, it's not counting basements, it is counting garages. So it's the visible aspects of the structures is roughly the same amount of surface,
Can we
I
say
think it
anything
would also-
about roads and driveways?
roads and driveways.
Just, I don't know, can we say anything about it? I don't know that we
In
could.
terms of a comparison.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Sounds like-
without waivers, a road would need to be pretty wide and it would need to have a cul-de-sac. So it's a style, it's sort of a suburban look.
But in terms of the footprint,
The number of square feet of impervious surface, hard to say. Yeah.
so it's fewer driveways, but they could be longer.
Yeah,
So
they,
who knows? So who
yeah,
knows?
yeah, who knows, basically. And then in terms of, grading, in terms of, natural area preserved, I haven't seen any, I can't comment on specifically on the grading, but there's no provision to save open space, so. And I think that one thing that I did since the last meeting is I went to Concord Road and I walked the circuit road, and it was interesting to see how similar the development being proposed is to that development. There are a few differences. One is that there are 1.5 times as many units here, and they're closer together. And of course, there's not the big, conservation land component, but the unit sizes and the configuration of single families versus 2 families, the sort of ratios, that it's on a hillside. There's some pretty, obtrusive detention ponds and water control, that's there. And it's a loop road. And then there's some landscaping, but it doesn't, that section of the development, definitely it's still very young landscaping,
Yeah,
so it feels
very
pretty, yeah. So that was interesting. And then it was also interesting to think, okay, among, sort of subdivisions, what's the closest thing we got in town?
Okay.
And, but it's an older one, is like Partridge Road is a lane. It's right, I don't know if you've ever seen it.
Off of Bedford Street.
Yeah, and it's not Residence A in this case, it's Residence B, but It's very large houses along, one big circuit. Yeah. So,
I think one thing to keep in mind on the subdivision is that the larger homes in this, I'm gonna guess, are based on the diagram that was shown previously. So a lot of those larger ones would be along the back, which would be an odd mixture of buyer to have a very large home that has the MBTA rolling through, starting at 4 a.m. through 1 a.m.
yeah.
It's unlikely, to me it seems, that you're going to get the $2 million plus buyer in there who's gonna do that and want the higher end finishings and all this stuff to go with such a large home. So this would seem beneficial to.
I'm constantly surprised in Concord, like on, Conant Street, to see a $1.7 million house next to Domino Drive.
So maybe
But
we've got it's an apples to oranges. We've got
It
a
is
rough
apples to
idea
oranges, but it's just trying to get
the amount of
sense.
development that would happen if it was a subdivision.
That's the idea.
We probably all have thank you very much for those examples. We've got kind of an idea of what it would look like.
Yeah.
As opposed to a PRD where the houses are more clustered together.
Yeah.
If I could suggest we pivot to the report
Sure.
and talk about, I think the first one we had discussion on was diversity of dwelling units.
Right.
And I would note that we did receive one comment letter that I think was teed up, specifically some comments I made in the last meeting about there being diversity in price because there were houses that would likely be priced below the Concord median. They thought there were some good points in the letter that being below the median is not diverse in its own right, but I think the point still stands that there is, as opposed to perhaps a subdivision model you just mentioned, I don't think it would be likely in that model that there would be houses priced below the median. There's other elements to diversity,
No,
right?
I
So
think it's pretty
number
clear.
of bedrooms, price or rental rates, and the styles. We obviously meet the styles requirement.
Well, and I should mention there was an error in the draft planner's report that led me to believe that the diversity of styles was not being met, which was that the report says that there were 30 single family and 4 duplex, but actually there are 4 duplex structures. That's 8
26.
units and
Yeah,
26. And then our bylaw says that you can have up to 80% of one type, and it's 76.7. Coincidentally, I'm sure.
Well,
Well,
the bylaw.
so in other words, it meets
developed
that
too,
basic
right?
criterion,
Yeah. And that, point noted that we should pay attention to the numbers.
Yeah.
33 versus 35% is our prior discussion.
Right.
So we've got the housing styles. That's been met. There is a diversity in the number of bedrooms available. There is some diversity in the price. I think the price discussion should be in the context of really what's trying to be driven here is some houses, a development model where you do create some more affordable houses, which is, I think we've, as a board, have seen is pretty much by restricting the size.
Yeah, I think
Yes.
that's the only thing that's driving the price, market price.
Right. And, the variance here is, the variation here is between, the numbers we have is 790 to 1150.
And that's proposed, there's
Proposed,
nothing that,
right.
So it's more about
Those
the
are-
proposed square footage, I think is what we should
Right,
be looking at.
But even if all of them come in higher, it's a variation of, that looks like about 30%. I don't know what we think of as diversity and what else we might be pushing there in terms of price.
And unfortunately, our bylaw does not give us a lot of guidance on what qualifies as diversity.
If I could, just my piece is that I've seen the prices that in discussion about capital A affordability.
Yeah.
And what's been happening with, I've seen in presentations before the CPC with the most common model of development in Concord, which is a tear down and replacement. What you're seeing is housing prices that are significantly above the median selling price is what's coming available on the market. That doesn't quite make sense.
Right. No, but it
but-
is true.
Coming
But
back
new
on.
new construction, I should say, is I think probably significantly higher than the median, which is roughly what 1.05 or something in there.
Right, but new construction is running around 1.5.
Yeah,
For-
based upon the
yeah.
numbers that have been presented elsewhere.
Yeah.
So in that respect, I think it's noteworthy that there could be new construction here for perhaps less than $900,000.
But as shocking as that is, yeah.
So I have a suggestion for, we're not there yet, but when we get to the open space, I have a feeling that we need to do something to preserve the connectivity. And the way to do that may be to downsize a couple of the units so that we have actually more of the smaller units that would be more inexpensive. So it kind of, it could be
Okay.
that, like for me personally, my solution to an issue I have later on is to hopefully build a couple more duplexes, which would have a smaller footprint and allow for an additional corridor. So my feeling is that if that were accomplished, then that seems like we have achieved the diversity. I mean, I wish that we could and can we insist that there be an affordable unit? I mean, it's not in the bylaw. So
I don't think we can
okay.
insist upon that, just given the way our bylaws written, but
So I think I think that meets the standard. That's your
We've-
qualitatively.
We've been here before in terms of garages, but we could go back down the path of, if they're one-car garages, if you imagine you're losing 10 feet or more for the units that remain, you gain enough space that theoretically you could move that A1 unit in the park elsewhere. You get to retain the number of units that are currently being made available. We gain additional common open space, and we reduce the amount of impervious surface. I think, I don't see
Say
the,
that again. So which A1 are you looking at? There's always A1.
the
in the
only
front of the
one that's
park, right there.
isolated in the park.
Oh, I see. Okay. And so you want to do what with that? Say again.
I think if you were to model it out where you reduce all to one-car garages, so
Oh,
that
I
you're
see.
able to bring them in a little bit closer to each other, or
Okay.
angle them in different ways that you're able to bring them in, you can move that A1 potentially somewhere else, or make it a different size, smaller unit that helps with the diversity issue. And you've now reduced the amount of impervious surface in the overall development, and you've increased the common open space.
well, and I think
And they can still sell 34 units.
without trying to redesign the project, I think we could make suggestions of achieving greater density in order to, so it could be, have a quad, have a triplex, have a duplex, have have more one-car garages, there's lots of different alternatives. We're not in a position to say, okay, you can fit that one right there,
No,
but
I'm not saying
but
they need to do
yeah.
that.
But then, I think the general sense is either, that configuration of the front open space, but here's where do we have consensus, or the connectivity of the back needs improvement. We need to have a sense of the board of, well, what are we asking for here is one thing. I mean, now
I think
that
those are a
said, we
host
are,
of things that we've heard. So I'm just
Yeah,
trying to. There's
exactly.
one thing that could be addressed that we have brought up before that they
Yeah.
didn't fully address, even to the level that we had brought up the first time.
Sure.
And it addresses a number of issues that have been brought up by the board and by the public.
but I think, Burton, you want to go back and let's just keep marching through.
Oh,
Because we were getting through, we made it
Talking about the
through.
planner's report.
Are we all good
Yeah.
with diversity, or are we not? I'm good with diversity.
So with the unit diversity. So do we have consensus on the board around unit diversity with price, number of bedrooms?
I'm good on diversity and
And
just
and
making the point that if we wanted to see more affordable units in this, sort of for the record,
Yeah.
some things that are lowercase affordable.
Yeah.
It means an increase in the number of units, pretty much, I think.
Well-
It means fewer units, excuse me, more units that are smaller, in terms of square footage. I mean, that's the only way you're gonna see them be cheaper, and then you almost by necessity have to end up with more units. I mean, maybe there's another developer that could do it, but based upon the information we have, we know that the way to have anything that's actually lowercase affordable here would be to dictate that they be smaller,
Right.
and then there'd presumably be a bonus, a density bonus there.
Right, and I feel similar. I think it was a really good point that you brought up at the last meeting, Burton, which was we wanted to have units closer to the center of town and walkable. So I don't want to just say, we don't want to do this at all, because this is the type of thing that we wanted to make that walkable, is walkable to schools and things like that. I want to make sure that it's the right parcel to be developed in the right way. And we don't have anything to say about earth removal. But, if we're getting to the point where like, well, we can't do that, then perhaps that's not the right space for what goes with the Envision Concord goals. So, in keeping with that, Burton, your point, I do think it's important to have smaller square footage, because that is going to reduce overall price, and it's going to meet more of a diversity of residents, and so we want that in alignment. And if that does mean that you are clustered together closer, or you have a different layout, I don't necessarily think that it needs to take up more space. And I think those are the things we're trying to preserve, is that we want to preserve the open space, we want to preserve the connectivity for wildlife, and we want it to meet the needs of a diverse population. So if that can somehow be in our recommendation, I think that those kinds of points are important to capture. And what we have found to be kind of the limits with, any of the designs or the current design that's in front of us.
The point to capture being that this is something that we've talked about, that we want to see in terms of the density of use within the town center.
Right. So it's I want to make a recommendation for the right PRD that's here, or that's in this location, and I don't want to recommend just any PRD, even though we would love to see a PRD.
But we have to make a recommendation
Right.
based upon the design that's in front of us. That's the thing.
Yeah. I mean, I think your point goes to some of the more amorphous, subjective sections of the PRD requirements in terms of neighborhood, community, and town impact. And one of the things that gets lost when we're looking at a particular proposal in a particular neighborhood is what's been expressed through other planning processes of what the town wants, which you're touching on, which is density near the train stations and town centers. So I think if we're talking to why we would make a recommendation one way or the other, that speaks to, this is a very dense project, very close to a town center.
Right. I guess what would make me enthusiastically support it is if there was significantly more open space preserved. So if there were another configuration that was either less pervious space or less overall space. And your point, which is the important one, is that's not what's before us.
That's not what's
And so
before us.
that's why it's making it difficult for me to enthusiastically endorse this, even though we do want to see a PRD there. Or I think it would be in support of our vision. So I'm trying to rectify that in my head, reconcile that in my head, so that we can make a cohesive recommendation.
Yeah, I can appreciate the.
And so if we do, and that's why I guess I'm trying to understand the degree to which we can qualify a recommendation, so that the Zoning Board of Appeals can do something with that. So.
Well, what I would suggest, is that, as what Elizabeth outlined, is we make a recommendation that we think we would recommend it one way but not another, is there's be a condition put on the recommendation, and it's, Elizabeth, right, if we decide unilaterally as a board to impose conditions, it's up to the applicant whether to proceed on with those conditions in place, right? Or
So
Well, the
Just
ZBA
to-
could
yeah.
also choose to approve
Yeah,
regardless of our
regardless of our
recommendation.
recommended, yeah.
Okay.
So just to clarify, there's a difference between conditions and a recommendation with modifications.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
So
Right.
So if your recommendation is, that, in general, the board is in support of PRDs closer to the village that are denser, which this is a prime location, and, understanding all of the elements in the Envision Concord plan in support of that concept, the board can move forward with a recommendation, and whether it's to, just reduce the impervious surface, reduce the number of 2-car garages, relocate unit, my glasses.
You call
on.
them these
A1.
examples of modifications?
Yeah,
Okay.
Unit 3.
Provide some
Yeah.
type of corridor connection in the back, so those would be modifications.
Okay.
Conditions are,
Are different.
Are different, those are the ones like town staff has
Yeah,
provided.
Mhm.
fair,
You know.
thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
good clarification.
So I think that, though, that really provides guidance in terms of, I mean, what I hear you saying, and I feel this a lot with this proposal, is there are elements of it because, having seen many other projects and having seen some of the things, how do we implement, as we'll be discussing later tonight, some of the recommendations from the 10-year plan in terms of what the goals of the town that are expressed through that planning process are. There are elements here that are good,
Mhm.
and there are a lot of elements here that that I might do differently if I were the applicant, which I'm not.
But you would do differently to better align with, the long-range plan, I
Right.
think, and the goals of the town.
Right.
Not just
And so
personally
we
do
can-
differently,
I
yeah.
think we can express that in the recommendation with
Modifications.
modification that we would recommend in a particular way. So if, for example, there's open space corridor, or something else, I think we need to be pretty concrete in delivering something. I think if we say, we'd love to see the houses reconfigured.
Right.
That's not gonna get us very far. I think if we go to them and say, we'd like to see a connection between town conservation land and something, implementing some of your recommendations, or we were to say hypothetically, and I use this because we received some feedback on this, natural gas
Mhm.
sources on the
Infrastructure.
property, something like that, I think we can work with.
And I think we can directly tie that to the long-range plan, which I think can, it's not just the opinion of this board, but I think that in support of that, I think we can directly qualify why we would make each modification suggestion.
All right, I think that brings us, if I may, I'm gonna steal your thunder a minute, but to open space, which I think was.
Well, I think that the only other piece here is, there's this question about height that I just wanted to note will require a variance, and a variance has much more strict requirements. Even though we don't rule upon it, it is always been a question in my mind, as I raised at the very beginning of this process, whether this project will actually get this variance, which would result in a massive reconfiguration. But enough said
You
on
mean,
that.
if they didn't receive the variance, it would
That's right.
result in a massive, okay. I just-
Well, or maybe no project, it depends.
Just
Okay.
a quick point on that, though, is a standard, Elizabeth, could you speak to, if this were a subdivision and they were, get to 21 lots, they would need to have a waiver from the height requirements, given the topography, what the standard of review for that would be at a subdivision plan?
So there would be no review for a subdivision plan. When each of the individual building lots, a building permit was applied for, they would need to show from existing grade, the two lowest points where the house is, and that's how the elevation's measured to the peak.
Before.
But
road
it
code.
wouldn't be a variance in that case, it'd be a special permit.
Special permit.
Because under section 6211, a height section in the zoning bylaw, There is a waiver provision
Mhm.
for single-family dwellings.
You can
Um,
request relief.
So
Yeah.
you can request relief in the PRD section. It's more stringent, it just has a specific maximum height of 35 feet, and there's no waiver provision.
Right, so just, because I briefly was trying to frame this whole discussion as to the hypothetical subdivision doesn't really exist because a variance would be required.
No,
No,
But it, in fact, clearly does exist as a hypothetical because it's just a special permit, so the
That's right.
standard of review is much lower.
right. No, and in fact, the standard here is quite high. So that's always been a question in my mind, and since of every plan that we've reviewed. So that's, again, it's not for us to decide, but I just wanted to mention it. It is a pretty significant thing when you consider we've been looking at designs for a long time.
Yeah, I always am worried that we're like every time we start talking about subdivision, we should always refocus on the bylaw, which allows for PRDs, and look at the framework within which it allows for PRDs, and then to see whether we think it fits within that framework, because it's so hypothetical. We don't, like, some regulatory processes, they require you to develop an alternative that you can compare to, but that's not the process that we have here. So it's, I understand that it's a piece of how we think about this, but I just want to limit the way we discuss it, I guess.
Okay. Well, I think that so far we have looked at, we've gone through the diversity section and we've said we're there on that. So now the next one is the common open space. So
I think there was a lot of sort of different opinions on open space here, whether it had been met or not.
but I guess coming back to the bylaw, you have to say, okay, we've had this discussion. I think Nathan had a pretty spirited discussion last time about whether the graded area of the park should count towards common open space. I saw an updated sketch of the plot, and it showed about 9,000 square feet in that graded area. And so then I hadn't done the calculation, but I assumed that that's about 2% of the overall site. And so it would take us from like the 27% down to maybe just slightly under 25%, right around 25% of common open space. So in other words, if you take that section in the back as common open space, and you take this
The
section in
wetland
the
Put the
front,
point here. You can have the point.
thank you. Okay, so you take this part as a common open space, and then up here, this counts, the path counts, but then if we follow the logic, if Nathan was saying, okay, this shouldn't count, this high, the lover's leap, in effect, that, if we exclude that, you get right around 25%. You know what I mean? Because I think it's
Okay.
26.7 as it stands now, and you exclude this. I'm just trying to say, do we feel like, okay, we're at 25%? Because you were challenging that last meeting, is what I was really getting at. And we didn't have the calculation to say how many square feet was this, but in this updated sketch at the bottom, there's a set of calculations. You just have to scroll down a little bit, but the numbers are there.
do you want me to scroll down?
There it is. So you see here, 9,000 change for the grading. Then there's some amount for the path and some amount for the frontage on Main Street. There you go. So 30, almost an acre overall with the 9,000 that you could exclude potentially.
Can anyone remember how they're proposed that it's proposed to be treated?
What do you mean?
Like, is it landscaped? Is it
Well,
Which, that park part?
the graded, that highly graded part?
it's kept
The
the
hill.
same. This area is all the same. As this part is
landscape.
the graded. So
Is
they've
it landscaped?
Yes.
And is there something we can recommend with the landscaping to make it more appealing to us? Like have it be
Well,
Um,
let me
it
bring
cur-
up the landscaping file.
encouraging of native
I think that's in there.
insects? Have it be native vegetation? Have it
I
be
think it is.
encouraging of like a butterfly garden that encourages insects that we want to encourage, or have it connect with the habitat that we're trying to encourage in the back, or something that we feel like would increase the value to the park.
Well, let me bring it up for you.
And I
Okay,
don't,
thanks.
Nathan, I don't necessarily think that the steep hill takes away from the park. You know, I certainly from like a young kid perspective, there's a lot of rolling that goes on down hills and things like that.
Not if it's
It depends on where.
there's shrubberies all through it.
Right, and I mean, so
To decide between the.
well,
And sledding into a street.
yeah, and that that is true because it would be used for sledding.
Well,
And-
have we
and-
determined whether we can sled on it or not? That's important.
Well, I mean, but I guess what I'm saying is I can live with that being part of this, because what I certainly don't want to have happen is us and see any more of it flattened out than needs to be, right? So, you know, I think that's my overall issue, is that the grading that needs to happen to make this the site that they want is hard to see, and so it would be nice to preserve some of that natural topography. But I
Just
think
trying to
I guess
follow
the point is that, you know, if we're nickel and diming to get to the minimum area, it seems like it's too close, right? Instead of the intent was preserve the open space and build around it. If we're saying, you know, this is the discussion we continue to have, we're saying we're going to build everywhere, and whatever open space is left, we're going to, you know, count that up. That just is, it's less the intent of the bylaw, I think.
But I think we have had that discussion, and they are no longer counting some of these areas, right? The buffer space is
I
no
don't think
longer
buffer
being
is
counted
being
towards the common open space. The only areas now being counted are the back right corner and this.
In the park.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, so I get, you know, it gets back to this, okay, so we look at the quality of
Yeah.
this, and I think we've been down this list a few times, and I think there's the E, which is the active recreational use, which includes neighborhood park as a concept, is probably the one.
So we've established, we think they meet the
The quantity.
the quantity criteria.
What's
Well-
that?
Well, I
Well,
think-
and then this qualitative one, which is it developed for active recreational use or neighborhood park?
Right, but as a
And then
as a
is it
portion, would
accessible
that
to all
graded
the owners
area
and occupants?
Would that graded area meet E?
Well, and I was gonna get back to, without the graded area, do we still have the 25%?
well, I
And it
think it
seems
does
like
meet. I think it does meet. I think a neighborhood park can have a hill in it.
But
Yeah.
but I think it's important to read how it is written and where commas fall.
Okay.
Land which is to be developed for active recreational use, including playing fields, comma, boat launch areas, comma, playgrounds, comma, and neighborhood parks. It's describing what a recreational use area should be, not saying that that recreational use is just one list within that, and that neighborhood parks is also part of that. A neighborhood park that can be used for recreational facility.
But I don't think this excludes areas within a neighborhood park that are not part of a playing field. Like, I don't think we need to
This
count
is-
up.
This is describing what that proportion has to be added up to equal that 25%.
I disagree with
Well,
reading it
Well,
that
then why would
way.
why
But I would-
include any
But
of
I would
these
say, I
requirements
mean, what
in
I
it?
was trying to get at is, even if you read it the way you were gonna read it, Nathan, I think we still, if we're not at 25%, we're very close to it.
And we also.
But I
need
think
to
that
remember-
matters. I think if we,
If the
this
leach
goes back
field
to
is a
33%,
recreational field.
35%.
But
We
the-
need to actually have that discussion and figure that out.
But the
I
area
think we are.
in the middle of the development, it's also open.
If they want to include that as common open
It is
space, that's
common
up
open
to,
space.
it's
I
not
don't
on
think,
the,
I don't think
on
it's in
their,
the calculation.
it's not
right?
listed on there.
Well,
as common
it's-
open
because I
space.
was discouraging
Counting
it,
it.
but I think, like, overall we can look at globally what they're proposing for open space. Even though it's not common open
Well, that-
space, I think we can consider it as part of their
So
package.
that's an open space easement, so that's 0.633.
They're just, I think they use the word common to distinguish the parts that are
No.
Meant
to
not
public
exclusive.
use.
No,
to
it's what's supposed to fit into 10.2.9, is what, common open space is not an accidental term.
Right.
It's supposed to fit into
Right,
10.2.9.
so they have demonstrated that quantitatively they meet that description of common open space, but I think we can also consider other open spaces that they've provided that also meet the requirements under the bylaw. So if we're gonna say that we only think recreational fields, active recreational fields meet the intent, they do have like another area that they could count as recreational fields, which is the leach fields.
Then I think it's important that they make that distinction and they present it as common open space.
Okay, I guess I disagree with the way that you're reading.
I think they
The bylaw.
did. We objected. They removed it.
And then
And
They
still,
had it
and they
as the
still,
park in the front.
I
The very
disagree
first
with-
one, they had it all where the leaching field was.
Yeah, I know.
Was the
I
front,
understand
was
that.
the park, and we
Right,
said
and
no
we
to that because that
objected.
was all they had.
Right. We objected. They moved it. Then we objected to them characterizing that as common open space. They removed it. They came up with this calc. Now,
Because I think
We're
it's a
objecting,
reasonable
you're
assumption
saying-
to not include a leaching
yeah,
field.
right.
as-
And now you're
common
you're
open
saying that
space.
now further than that the hill.
I would rather have the hill
Grading.
there than not have a hill there. So I
I
want.
don't think this is
So maybe-
a hill or no hill. This is
So
What's
if we
there?
could talk about what the town is gonna, in terms of open space, the town will have a clear net gain of that park along the street. Right now it's private land. It's not, it's posted, not open to the public.
Right.
The town's gonna gain a park, and I think that that's gonna look like a park. I think the landscaping plan will go a lot to it. If there's a sign out front that says, you know, Hayes Acres Community, then that people may think it's just for residents, but if it's in the street furniture and the plantings, it looks like a park. The town's gonna gain a park there, and I actually see a number of people that, I could imagine a number of people on their commute to the train station, turning there, cutting off the corner and going down Highland Street through that path. Then we've got open space in the back, which is the wetland. With the purpose of that, presumably to preserve wildlife. I think once you get rid of the forests where all the peepers and other creatures live that go into the wetland in the spring and summer, it's not gonna be a great open space. It's gonna be wetland. Those creatures will no longer be with us because they will have been plowed under, but it nonetheless is, you know, open space. And then you've got that area in the middle, which is, you know, will be open space presumably utilized by residents. So maybe we could talk about what things we would like to see in terms of quality. I think they've met the quantity requirement in terms of quality, or is there anything specific to that? And I think you presented some materials before the meeting that went specifically to the quality of open space.
Yeah, so I have a recommendation for how they can improve. My basic concept is that the park meets the standard for what a park is, and that the isolated wetland in the back could potentially meet the standard for the for being habitat.
But it doesn't yet do that.
Right, so my language is the following. So the planning board recommends that the applicants, this would be what the recommendation reads. The planning board recommends that the applicant's open space plan meets the standard outline in 10.2.9 only if an adequate habitat connectivity plan is proposed. The primary purpose of the plan is to provide for habitat continuity between common open space 2 and the town-owned conservation land located to the west of the project site. And then I outline what the plan would look like. It should describe the existing habitat and how the proposed connectivity plan will serve to minimize the impact of the habitat fragmentation. The plan should be prepared by a credentialed biologist or ecologist. The plan should provide for a 10 to 15 foot corridor to connect common open space 2 to the conservation property to the west. This corridor should be included in common open space 2, i.e. be subject to development restriction. And I know this plan may require the conversion of the build out of what is now EUA 14, 15, 16, 17 to smaller footprint plans, e.g. duplexes.
So,
So-
just pause, you're talking about essentially creating a strip that runs.
And you mean
Is
10
that-
to 15
Feet.
foot corridor,
Yeah, that's
okay?
fine.
And
Here, you want the
So we have
pointer?
to-
yeah, and then you're really also
that.
in this,
Kind of on the back of that, and those four in the
you're
corner.
speaking to this section 10.2.9.3, which says that, you know, the board, that the kind of restrictions you put on the common open space to be retained in perpetuity, and although
Well,
it doesn't
I don't
say,
need to.
yeah, so for conservation, and then the restriction shall be in a form or substance as the board shall prescribe, so this is what you're trying to prescribe, and may contain such additional restrictions on development and use of the common open space that the board may deem appropriate. So that's what you're
I'm trying to
suggesting to
distinguish
do.
between, so at the last meeting, we were thinking about different ways that we could maintain connectivity, for example, by restricting what kind of fencing they were using, or by restricting how they're building out the, imposing certain landscape restrictions. But I'm saying in my proposed language, no, I think that this 10 to 15 foot corridor should be separate from the EUAs and should be part of the common open space.
That reads to me like a modification.
I would say that's a modification.
And so ignorance here, what are we getting by requiring a wildlife corridor? Presumably wildlife will pass. Is that an effective?
I think it's basically
So 10 to
trying to
15
turn
feet.
that land in the back right, in the north
Uh-huh.
east corner into something that qualifies under 10291C. Basically, that it provides a significant wildlife habitat for which is a unique natural area. As it stands right now, she's saying it doesn't because there's no way for wildlife to get there.
So basically, these houses will not be built there.
I'm suggesting that these be a smaller footprint so that they can fit a 10 to 15 foot wide corridor so it extends this common open space area just like this. Okay, so that's the suggestion. I also suggest that the plan should provide for the removal and disposal of the portion of the chain link fence along the town's property after town authorization. The plan should provide for some restrictions also on fencing to maintain a 10 to 15 foot wide corridor across EUA 24 and 25 to maintain connectivity between here, here, and here. But I kind of am suggesting that this need not be.
Yeah, I don't know how practical
corridor.
that is.
So
Yeah.
that this could just be, we'll make sure that the fences don't go down to the ground. We'll make sure that this is landscaped versus, a permanent structure. I don't know. So this is just demonstrating, yeah, we think that there could be connectivity through here. This is like a much lower bar for them to meet. But it's just to acknowledge that, oh yeah, we did something. We looked at how wildlife could move between these two parcels and the park. And how these relate, think about how these relate to this. And the last thing is that I have the plan should be reviewed by the Director of Natural Resource Commission, and comments of the director should be furnished to the ZBA prior to the ZB acting on the application.
So hypothetically,
That's
if they had
The end.
if they started this and come to us with a plan and the ecologist or whomever said, listen, this is totally fragmented. You're hard up against a railroad track, and you've got Conant Street to the west. You've got a commercial condominium development, with a Lollipop Drive on the other side. There's not much here. I mean, I'm wondering whether
Why would
if
they say that?
What's that?
What?
I'm wondering
If they said it's not an
somebody said
optimal,
this is not optimal. Like
No
you
matter
are,
what you do.
existing conditions are such that you're not really, you're creating a corridor that wildlife could use, but wildlife aren't coming here. I don't know. I would note that I remember seeing a sign on the Hayes property that said caution bears because they walk down the train tracks. So maybe wildlife do like the tracks, but I'm just curious. What if this plan, if the habitat connectivity plan, I'm not familiar with those, but if there was one,
I just made it up.
and they, okay, so they came and said, this is not habitat that would be effectively preserved because of the existing conditions.
Habitat for what? Like squirrels,
anyway.
chipmunks, there's stuff that lives there. So this is the point. So I guess the point, then it would be up. So to answer your question, then it would be up because what I'm saying, this would be a modification. We put it in the hands of Delia
That's what I was
and the
wondering.
ZBA.
Is
So
this a little overspecified? And that perhaps what we should be saying as
Yeah.
our, part of our recommendation is that, that to the satisfaction of the Natural Resources Commission,
yeah,
that that if something could be done there, that it should be done there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I
and
think
yet
that-
there may not. I don't feel like I have the expertise to know whether that would help or not. I mean, I can imagine, yeah, there's a natural area there, there's a natural area there. It logically would be great to connect them, but I don't have the expertise to know. And I assume there are people who do, and that could say.
Like a credentialed biologist or ecologist.
Yeah,
to
or,
prepare this
well,
plan.
or, yeah, I mean, you know, and I think that if the town bodies that could weigh in on that, the Natural Resources Commission is probably the best
Right, but it's hard.
prepared.
It's hard that we won't have.
I feel
any
like I'm out of my
information
depth
from
on
them.
it.
I wish we had something from them, but we won't.
Yeah, I mean, and
I
the
mean,
other
I think
thing.
it is worth mentioning in there that would be a goal. When we're increasing density, it can't be to the detriment of the natural.
Well, I
habitat.
actually think, again, more to the point of the bylaw is that land needs to meet the conditions of 10291C. And so,
Mm-hmm.
you know, otherwise it's not qualifying as common open space. So
Right.
that's what I'm really about, is we need the Natural Resources Commission to say, yep, that qualifies. Because right now, up until now, we have no reading from them on
We
that.
really don't.
If we want to consider that part of the open space calculation, and is that?
Exactly. Well, and I think it's essential that it is if
Yeah.
this is going to pass muster as the 25%.
Okay, so the requirement here is provide significant wildlife habitat or which is a unique natural area.
Sorry, so I've spoken with the Natural Resources Commission director, and it was her opinion offered to me on the phone, in a conversation between the two of us, that a 10 to 15-foot corridor would improve the condition of that area for its use as habitat.
Okay, well, then we have an indication, but I
That
think
was
it
a
still
one- that-
would be
it's-
good in our
I
recommendation
wish
to
that we-
defer to them to make that.
I agree. I completely
Determination.
agree. Yeah, but how do we do that now?
Oh, well, they're
They're
meeting
in,
in,
yeah.
they're meeting in January.
But we're recommending how the recommendation.
Well, we're making a draft recommendation. We won't vote on our recommendation until the 7th, which of course is the day before their meeting. But I think that even so, we can socialize that.
So, okay, so can I get this draft language to Delia and have her comment on it before we vote on our recommendation?
Sure.
Sure.
Okay.
You can do that. And also, just to move this along, your recommendation can be, the opinion of the board that having this corridor connection would improve the habitat connectivity and in compliance with 10291C but ultimately defer to the expertise of the Natural Resources Commission if they support that connection.
I would be super in favor of that.
I want to be stronger than that. But I agree. But I don't think it has to be this descriptive. But I want to be stronger in saying that in our opinion, when we're looking at this, does it meet qualitatively the standard? And we want to say that if it's fragmented, we think it doesn't. With the improvement of the connectivity, we think yes, it does. That's so, but maybe we're
No,
maybe
I-
we're coming together on language. But
Yeah, I get what you're saying, and I
Yeah.
agree in principle. I echo what Matt said about this as being pretty specific, and it's.
we don't have to do
describing
this.
it, Right, if, for example, in consultation with the Director of Natural Resources, she said, that will be a dead zone as it exists, but if we had a corridor such that wildlife could access it, then that would make it land which provides a significant wildlife habitat or which is a unique natural area. Together with the upland park, I would say these guys have met the open space requirement. And so a letter of recommendation with modifications suggested might look something like, we recommend, we believe they've met the open space requirement, but recommend that, or we believe they would meet the open space requirement if they made
Yes, thank you.
accommodations
That's it.
for a wildlife corridor to meet this.
That's it.
That's what I would like to see.
So
Do you have that?
I
We can draft it, you think?
so far, it's one sentence
Okay,
to what Burton just relayed, is that, it is the opinion of the board that the project meets the quantitative,
Oh.
would meet the quantitative and qualitative requirements for open space, if there is a,
Yeah.
10 to 15 foot, corridor connection outside of the exclusive use of areas for, and I can't read that far, but
You're on the right track.
but that connects the town open space parcel to the isolated wetland.
and I think you're missing the woodland.
And I think my question
Here's
is
the total that we have on there.
whether the board has some consensus on what Kate suggested,
48.
or whether I can forward that to the natural resources director and get her input for your meeting on the 7th.
Okay, I like that. You okay with that?
Yeah, I think,
I mean, I think
that's
that-
good. I think it provides
Yeah.
context for
And
why
she
we
might
want to
scrap the
know.
whole thing, but it,
That's the thing. It may be,
which is
but
fine.
at
But I mean,
least-
she might
at least
say no.
we'll
What we
get
should
a-
do is something else. But
Yeah, right.
yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, sorry, it's not for
No,
me
no,
to.
it's fine.
I'm like, yeah,
So,
that's a good- Wait, so do we have to?
So then, does that brings us to, I think, consensus on the common open space, does it? Except for Nathan's been doing some additional calcs over here.
You're into finance.
Yes, I am.
And I think the before calculation should be the 26.7, the after, I don't know what you're gonna come up with, but.
What do you think?
And by the way, I don't think that you have the rest of the board on your side on this one, as far as I've heard, at
I
least.
don't need them on
But,
the
but
rest
Well-
of my
your
side.
point might be that
I can
it's,
be,
that it's,
overruled.
your point might be that it's so close that if there are other factors that make this not suitable, you should consider that.
It has
Yeah.
nothing to do with that.
Okay.
It
Well,
has
and
to do with, we have guidelines that we are
Yeah,
supposed
yeah.
to follow.
I think we
Some
are
of them are
following them.
vague, some of them are specific.
Okay.
I feel like this one is fairly specific in the percentage of which it's supposed to be broken out, and that 9,000 some
So-
square feet does not meet the requirements of falling into what should be calculated
So
as
this is
common
how I'm
open
reading
space.
it. So because this is how I'm reading it, is to go up to 10291. It says, in determining whether the intent of this section has been satisfied, the board shall consider the extent to which land having one or more of the following characteristics is included in the proposed open space.
Right.
So at
Land being calculated in that
is
Upland,
included. So it's
25%
saying it's
is
saying
included, one or more of these. So I've tried to go through and figure out which one does that 9,000 square feet meet. The only one that we're hung up on is E, which I disagree because I think it's structured in such a way that it's saying for active recreational use.
Do you want to substitute their leaching field in for which could be active?
I'm saying if they want to go and propose, all we can do is what is presented in front
They
of
have
us.
but they have in their application materials. They have presented that as open
They
space.
Right.
present
This
this
is
as
what we're-
open space, not common open space. If they want to represent and reapportion some part of the leaching field as common open space, they are
No,
free
I
to do
think
that.
no. I think common is just open space is just not open to the public. I think that's how they were using the word to distinguish common. But
Well,
just
Common
because it's not
open
open to the
space is
no,
what this
what
is.
this list.
This
It's
is
the
what
1029
common open
list.
space
But-
is.
So are you saying that without the 9,000 square feet, it falls short of 25%?
Well, that's what I was doing just now, but I
But
believe so.
that is your,
And
And
then
if
the,
it falls
disagree.
short, then it's that simple. It falls short. It's not like
we
we can discuss that. It's
Well,
we can
and
discuss
then-
whether it meets
disagree.
those
I
requirements or
disagree.
not.
okay, and then there's also the thing of now if you add back in a 10 to 15 foot by however many
But-
feet that is, does that get you there or not, you know?
Very well could. And
Okay.
that would meet the requirement of A.
Yeah, right. Okay.
I think it sort of brings us to the the final second part of the report and the bylaw.
Yeah,
Um,
10.4.
which is 10.4. I think it is
10.4.2.
10.4.2. Wait. I'm looking at the wrong section.
And so we've already discussed 10.4.2.3, the evaluation and opinion to the degree to which the proposed PRD provides a range of diversity and size of units as it relates to increased density that may be permitted by the board. Then 10.2.4.2.4, the degree to which any land intended to be conveyed to or restricted for the benefit of the town provides or will in the future provide an addition of areas of open space between developed sections of town, makes land available for desirable future public use, or conforms to the town's long-range land use plan. Okay? That actually gives us a broader set of criteria than even 10.2.9.
Is it still the open space criteria?
This is
Oh.
land that's to be conveyed to the town or restricted for the benefit of the town, which is what we're talking about in that common open space.
Okay. I was perhaps jumping ahead to 11.6, the criteria, in addition to anything else under the subdivision, or excuse me, under the bylaw. Consider impacts on economic or community needs, traffic flow and safety concerns, adequacy of utilities, impacts on neighborhood character.
Oh, can you please not jump ahead till you're done?
Yeah, let's do this piece first.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I think that, again, we have general consensus except for Nathan's point about do we actually hit that 25%? And the question is, how far away is it by your calculation now?
Can I just make one
Sure.
one point? As far as the 25%, the open space, whether you call it common open space or an open space easement, so the provision shall be made so that the common open space shall be readily accessible to at least all of the owners and occupants of the units in the PRD. So if there's an issue with a certain calculation, if this area is being called common open space and this area is being called common open space, but this area is just being called open space easement 1,
It's still accessible to the resident.
it's still open space that's accessible to the residents. So it really comes down to what you think is open space accessible to the residents. And that's the requirement for the 25%. The requirement, whether it's public or private open space, is, that's a different matter. I mean, that has different restrictions that will need to be placed on it to ensure that it is, maintained and always available to the general public.
Yeah. And I don't think that the language of the bylaw says that all of the open space needs to meet the sub-criteria under that definition reading on. It says, consider to the extent it contributes to those sub-criteria.
No, it says in all cases a perpetual restriction of the type under
No.
the Mass General laws.
I'm saying the language of 21091. In determining whether the intent of this section has been satisfied, the board shall consider the extent to which land having one or more of the following characteristics is included in the proposed open space.
Right.
So whereas the open space that's labeled as a common, is the community green there, may not make good recreation area because it's got a slope to it, so maybe you wouldn't play soccer there. It might not be wildlife habitat or so forth. There is other open space on the plan which meets.
Yeah, but
We'll
I'm
see.
still looking at 10.2.9.3 that says in all cases that this just has to have a perpetual restriction retained in perpetuity for conservation, agriculture, recreation, or park.
Marcia was encouraging us not that there are other ways to accomplish ensuring that the use is appropriate to the bylaw without offering the
Well, it's a restriction of the type. It doesn't have to be that specific one,
right.
but it's just,
So
No,
it's a
you-
perpetual
so
restriction.
the open space easement one wouldn't have could it have some type
Recreation.
of restriction on it that would make sure that it's not developed.
Well,
think
it's
that the
never,
restriction is that
it's
it's a
it's
leach
never
field.
going to be.
You can't be
You
further
can't-
subdivided.
you
You
can't
can't
be
further
green space.
subdivide.
Consensus on this, if I'm the only one, you can move on.
Okay.
I disagree with the use. But you don't have to get me to agree if
Right.
there's
We
consensus
outvote
in the
you.
other.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to make sure that in our recommendation, we have what's listed in the planner's report. Says comprehensive long-range plan talks about promoting cluster development that concentrates the impact of building on the land and leaves open space and wildlife corridors that meet a range of goals, including land conservation, sustainability, and social connectivity. I just want to make sure that that kind of comes through clear in terms of this is what we deliberated and these are why we're making
Why we're
our
saying that.
recommendations.
All right. So how are we on 10.4.2.4? Okay. That we have Nathan as our Nathan is asserting that we have 24.3% open space by his calculation, the way he would calculate it.
How much?
24.3% of common open space as opposed to 25. This is his estimation. Or not even estimation.
Calculation.
He did it to every digit, but and so that would be, you go, okay, you add a 10 to 15 foot corridor by how many feet? Does that bring it back? I don't know. But I think the general, what is the sense of the board other than Nathan on this? Is it quantitatively been met, the open space requirement?
Quantitatively, yes. Qualitatively, I'd
No.
like to see the further.
Yeah, quantitatively, yes.
Okay, and
Qualitatively.
qualitative, we'd like to see the corridor,
Well, yeah,
right?
yes.
Okay, so we've got that for 10.4.2.4. Now, the next one,
So,
we've had a lot of public comment
so is
on.
there gonna, any additional comments under A, B, or C?
I think that, I think there was some, didn't you bring up, Kristen, the wording
Just
under?
the wording that you have in your report under
Yeah,
C.
under C.
I think is important to make sure.
Yeah,
is
that we
prominently
highlight
featured.
that,
Okay.
okay? 10.4.2.5, the opinion as to whether the proposed site design, development, layout, number, type, and design of housing constitute a suitable development for the neighborhood within which it's located.
Oh, hold on, I'm sorry. I guess to the point about C, I like that you include what the comprehensive long-range plan states, and, have we found that the applicant conforms to the town's long-range plan use, that this, I would say no to that. Letter of the law, does it meet the bylaw? Yes. Does it conform with the town's long-range plan use? I would say no.
Well, I
I'm
thought
just
that
saying
they
for
were
that
quoting the
They said there's a park.
corridors.
Right, we said,
To
right, but it
promote
also
the
talks about
use of corridors.
sustainability and social. So I guess I would like to see in there that, that no, it was written to obviously meet what the developer wants to do, but not necessarily say, how do we best fit in and
But it's
support
the
long-range
land
plan?
use part of the long-range plan.
Right,
Okay.
so land use, I guess, is PRD, but the clustering and the reason why we're clustering, why we're allowing the density, I think is missed, but.
They did have a good graphic in the last presentation about showing that in the long range plan that there were areas that they were encouraging development because of proximity to public transportation, et cetera, that this did fit
Right.
within that rubric. So I think in that way it is consistent.
We'll see what you come out with, and if I have any other comments with the draft, I will reply.
Well, at this point in time, you haven't come up with more than what I've already written, except to say that you disagree with what I wrote. So if that's not the consensus of
Yeah,
the
if it's
board,
not the consensus,
then you need to continue to discuss this and provide me some direction.
I appreciate that opportunity. Let's move on and then see if I have anything else to add.
Okay, well, this is the suitable development for the neighborhood point is the next point.
Wait, can I ask a question? So if Kristen did look at this language and look at the long range plan and have something to add, what would be her opportunity to do that? Like, because we're voting on this on the 7th, right? So if
Right, well, and
she could
indeed,
add
this
it
would
at
be
that
the
time.
time to really be proposing.
but could she,
something.
oh, okay.
I mean, ideally, because we have an opportunity to discuss
Right.
it.
I mean-
If she proposed something between now and then, it could, Elizabeth could try to incorporate it and we could then discuss
It's
it,
just,
but
my point is that yes, it is intending to be a dense development, right? But, do I think it meets the range of goals, including land conservation? No. Sustainability, not necessarily.
It is
So-
dense, but it's not cluster as in.
Well, and
So
I guess
that's the
that's what I'm saying, so I
I couldn't hear what you said, Ellen.
It is dense, but it's not clustered. And that is equally spaced. And
well, it's clustered in that there is areas
Some.
of common open space that
Yeah,
are
but-
set aside. I mean,
but I mean, if-
technically,
I mean, I've been struggling all this time. I'm thinking, okay, what's the difference between this and the subdivision? I mean, we're splitting hairs, frankly. I mean, this could be completely developed differently. I mean, because it's a PRD, part of it could be almost attached to each other, and
oh, sure, it
I
could
mean,
be,
it's,
but
it's just.
And
in that
I-
sense, it's not cluster at all. It's
Right.
just,
Which
it's,
goes
it's
back
high
to the
density.
diversity of units.
And I guess if it was clustered more developed, I would more closely, then I would say that it is more in line with, it more conforms to the town long range plan. I guess that is my
Right.
point, is that I do not believe that the intent or how it's proposed, although it is a dense, it is a large number of units, I don't necessarily think that conforms to what the intent of the long range plan was. And I guess that's what I just wanted to put in there for the ZBA to read and in their deliberations with multiple things.
I agree with that.
so again, what would you propose to add as language? And maybe we can just get a sense of the board whether we'll.
So I think it's important with the line about what the comprehensive long range plan talks about, rather than saying the applicant has increased the size of the public park along Main Street, I guess I would say that as proposed, the applicant has maximized the number of units while meeting the minimum quantity of open space, and that I think that it doesn't necessarily promote sustainability or land conservation.
So at this point in time, your recommendation, you have 3 options. Recommend denial, recommend approval with modifications. So
Right, we'll get to
the
that after this.
statement- The statement.
So
you know,
there doesn't get to be any what do you call it? Color commentary? No, that's not.
I think it's approval.
but so whatever opinion you put in your recommendation letter is that opinion is leading ultimately to your recommendation.
Mhm.
So so that statement can easily be put in here, into your recommendation letter if there's a consensus from the board on that statement. And then you have to figure out how that statement fits into one of your 3 options for a recommendation.
Okay.
So maybe we will return to that
That's
once
fine.
we get to that. All right, so suitable development for the neighborhood. Third try.
All right.
Uh,
I'll just lay out my thinking as a starting point. So I think from Main Street, with the exception of a busy driveway, it will look like it fits into the neighborhood. I think the vast majority of the houses will not be visible from Main Street. We're going to see 4 new houses essentially fronting Main Street. And I think it interfaces with Highland Street. That's probably its best attribute. And I think we've heard from Highland Street residents that they appreciate the way it engages with Highland Street instead of having the main drive. And I think overall, in terms of the density of houses, it's not that far off of the existing neighborhood in terms of how it's placed. I agree with Alan that it's, I mean, this is, I keep going back to this is one of the last parcels you could do this on. We could see something visionary here, and this is not it. But in terms of the existing character for the neighborhood, as it stands today, whether or not that's a good development model or not, it's not that far off. That's my view.
I've walked by here 4 times since the last time we met, just to kind of pace along there in the front and try to imagine the units being there. And I have to agree that the latest design that, you know, puts the drive to the west and that, you know, keeps the park where it is, actually has the least negative impacts that I've seen, you know, on the streetscape. I still have concerns about all the grading, and I think even from ride out in the winter, what you might be able to see, but
I mean, compared to Center Village, right? When you drive down Main Street, you don't really see Center Village. You see the houses on the front.
yeah,
Center Village is elevated from
right.
This will all almost all be below, significantly below Main Street.
Right.
And so, you know, whether or not you'd want to live in there, whether or not you enjoy the
Yeah,
drive around
that's
the
not
circle,
our concern.
it's not my primary concern, at least.
Yeah.
But how it engages with Highland Street, which is a special street in West Concord, is high on my list, and how it looks from the street, and whether that park is inviting. And I think those two things
Right.
are positives.
I agree.
I agree.
Okay. Nathan, any views on this?
I've said, and I think the streetscape progression that's taken place on this development is much better now than it was initially. I agree that driving along Main Street, most of this development would be, well, a good portion of it would be below what would be visible from Main Street. So.
Okay, Alan?
Uh,
I'm surprised that you say yes.
No.
But okay, so we have consensus on that. So now we just moved to 10.426, which is, what are we gonna ask Elizabeth to write up? A recommendation to grant or a recommendation to not deny the special permit to the zoning board?
Well, so Elizabeth, maybe you can enlighten me. The relation between 11.6, all of the PRD, the approval or the recommendation to approve represents a special permit. Right? And so within those special permit deliberations, we've got the criteria under 11.6.1 or 11.6, which is, I've started to highlight them. Because we haven't.
Isn't it the ZBA that's granting the special permit? We're providing a report.
Yeah, but, well, here's where I'm going, Matt. We haven't, so within that special permit criteria is economic or community needs, traffic flow, adequacy of utilities, impacts on neighborhood character, impacts on the natural environment, and fiscal impacts. Those are some of the big issues that we've heard a lot of public comment on that we have not specifically addressed in our discussion tonight, and maybe we can at least touch on some of those things, because I think you take those criteria together with some of the more amorphous impact statements in the specific PRD language. We haven't, so for example, we have not talked about schools tonight, we've not talked about fossil fuels, we've not talked about traffic. And those are things that we've heard an awful lot about in the public comment.
Well, I'm wondering if this is kind of for a reason that it's like this, is that our purview is land use. You
Yep.
know, now I'm not saying that we shouldn't say anything about these other things or take them into account, but I mean, it's almost like the variance, almost, that, you know, we're not the ones granting the special permit. We're tasked here with writing a report and making recommendations, and the criteria that we're looking at are all about, hey, is this the right thing for the neighborhood? Are we getting the right kinds of units? Is there the right amount of open space?
Yeah, I think
And that's our planning. We're trying to plan that way. But yeah, it's true. I mean, school impacts is planning too.
Yeah,
in theory.
I hope you've heard me say before, like, let's focus on the specific language of the
Yeah.
of the bylaw, and limit our deliberation to that. That said, I think, in this case, we've had how many meetings have we had on it?
I don't know.
We've been a big fat gatherer in terms of providing information, and take the opportunity to provide information or recommendation based upon the facts we've seen to the ZBA, right?
Right.
And I'm not exactly, I've never served on the ZBA, I don't know what their process is, whether they're gonna have a whole bunch of public meetings on this, but I do think we've gathered a lot of input, and I have some points I would make, that if I were to put it forward and say, yeah, we think this meets this meets the various requirements of the PRD, that the neighborhood impact is not significant, the environmental impact is not significant. There's some things that I would want to put in there as modifications that I think would get it a lot closer to that goal. So for example, this talks about environmental impact. We've had discussion on fossil fuels. We've got Article 51. We've got the long range plan. We've talked about environmental impact in terms of the wetlands and common open space, but maybe we should be thinking about what's been expressed in our public hearing and the hearings we've had about fossil fuels.
Do we have, I don't know if we have authority to regulate that,
We don't have express authority in the PRD.
to regulate fossil fuel, whether or not they
No,
provide fossil
we
fuel.
don't. We have specific language is it in the PRD section? Did we get in the?
We don't even have site
resiliency?
plan review so those criteria were added to site plan review, and we have a bylaw amendment proposal for town meeting next year to add site plan review to PRDs. Currently, site plan review is not part of PRD applications. So we do not have sustainability or resiliency as explicit criteria. Now, we do have the offer from the developer to have a 10% uplift on, the efficiency of homes beyond stretch code, but there's nothing in the bylaw that mandates that right now, or anything like it.
Nothing that we can say about less impervious surface, stormwater management, any of these things that can lessen the burden of density based on smart design and increase the sustainability. And
We have another proposal for 2020 town meeting that will help those things.
Well, but you can, so design elements such as, impervious surface or, pavement. A review of the proposed development, including the design, the use of the buildings and of the open space between and around them, pedestrian vehicular circulation, parking, the provisions for grading, landscaping, screening. You can get into elements of the design. To Burton's question, as far as 11.6 and the criteria for a special permit, the last requirement is for the planning board is a recommendation for the granting or denial of the special permit, including recommendations for modifications, restrictions, or requirements to be imposed as a condition of granting of the special permit.
Yeah, perhaps I read that broadly, but
Right.
that's the criteria that the planning board needs to take into account, right? We're going to come forward and say, have they met the requirements of the PRD? We're going to make a recommendation. Do we think they should get a special permit? It's at that juncture that I think our views on traffic, utilities, impacts on neighborhood character are
And
germane.
it was also my sense that when we met jointly with the ZBA, that they were happy that we were helping to sort those things out in our meetings and get a hearing on them before they proceeded to the ZBA.
So some of the, like the traffic it falls within the rubric of 10.4.11, I mean, I guess I'm just, like, some of the, I think that there's a reason why these aren't developed in Elizabeth's report, unlike all the material that is developed in Elizabeth's report. So I guess my question is, do you think a discussion of those would be material to us deciding whether we're gonna recommend with modification or not recommend if it, the project under?
I think you were
the
saying it
PRD?
would just be in the
Material.
list of the modifications you'd
Say
propose.
they would be material to me, in my book.
Oh, fair enough. So they would be material to to modifications that you would
Mhm.
be recommending. Okay.
And I agree based on sustainability, which I know you're reminding me is not explicitly
Right.
Well,
A criterion.
I'll point out, Article 51 is not explicitly either.
No.
Article
No, it's not.
51 is solely dealing with the town as a whole, reducing, you know.
Greenhouse
it's
gases.
Greenhouse
Yeah.
gases, so, again, to the legality, you know, a property owner has currently, they get to choose
Mhm.
how they want to
Yeah.
heat and cool,
Mhm.
you know, their property. And so, I mean, if, I'm not even sure if it's in the Board of Appeals jurisdiction to say, you know, if there's gas in the street and somebody wants to connect the gas. I mean, I
There's
don't know if
not
there's,
currently.
there's nothing in the zoning bylaw that
Right.
says the Board of Appeals can deny somebody that right.
Well, they can take into consideration the impacts on the natural environment. Writ large, the single biggest issue for the natural environment is carbon into the atmosphere, right? And so
Right.
we if people, the problem is that it's a big issue to tackle, right? And so people, you know, how do you take your first bite? And you take your first bite by doing something like this, which is to say, we don't want new natural gas hookups. If we're talking about probably the largest development that we will see in this decade in Concord, aside from you know, multi-residence development, right?
I understand.
And
So if that's the direction that the board wants to take as far as your recommendation, then, you know, that's gonna be in your discussion as far as the recommendation for granting of the special permit.
I am in support of that, and I would put that in there and have the ZBA do with it what they will. That being said, I do not think it's detrimental to the applicant by any means. I think it's gonna be a very attractive selling point. I do, and I think that that's a benefit to future residents as well as current residents.
So have we decided to approve with modifications? Now we're discussing with the modification.
No, we have
approve.
not,
No.
we've
Now
not
we're
gotten
discussing
there.
I wouldn't
modifications.
I think that
So why don't,
we're,
can we flip that around and do that? Like what, instead, can we do that?
So-
if you have a list
so
of modifications, can we discuss
I think
them?
what happened was Burton was saying some of the stuff in 11.6 was key to him deciding which way he would recommend.
Yeah.
And so that's why we're having that
and also
discussion
just
now.
specifically, I kind of wanted to take the opportunity to take some of the public input we've received, which we've gotten more on this than anything else I've participated in as a member of this board, and identify how that public input is addressed in our recommendation or in our deliberative process, one way or the other.
I see. Okay, so you have a list. So what's number one on the list? Is it the fuel hookups?
We're just looking at kind
Well,
of.
but I'd rather than having like this really broad
Yeah,
discussion of
okay.
each one, can we flip it around and do it by the
I
modification
would
recommendation?
frame it. Okay, so impacts on economic or community needs. I would say that this kind of dense development near a village center, that's a positive. Traffic flow and safety concerns. I've heard a lot of concern about it being negative. I would highlight the one positive, that there's not going to be a big dump of traffic onto Highland Street. And that I think that the larger issue of cut through traffic, you know, that's been expressed through some of these neighborhoods, this is not going to likely significantly add to that, but I would suggest that it will cause, you know, problems with immediately around the driveway, right, for consideration, with people turning into traffic in the morning and the like. Adequacy of utilities and other public services.
Wait, can I stop you for a second? Because I think that their traffic consultant found that there was no significant difference in the level of service on Main Street as a result of the project. So I guess I would disagree with your conclusion.
Yeah.
I mean, like anytime you develop anything, like it would
Sure.
be better not to have
Sure.
developed it. But
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about my neighborhood, which is slightly further down,
Okay.
a common driveway servicing 13 houses. And like, for example, when I'm turning left, I sometimes worry I'm gonna get rear-ended there because it's a slightly complicated space. You've got Highland Street. I'm just saying right around there, I think the traffic consultant will say, you're dumping an additional 0.05% of traffic onto the street, not significant. But right there, you're going to have, people trying to get in and out, a significant 30-some vehicles probably on a typical month. I'm not saying that this is a hurdle, I'm just throwing it out for consideration, going through these criteria for the special permit.
But I guess the question is, what basis do we have other than the traffic study?
Yeah.
To
Public-
say that.
Public input.
Okay, to be clear, I don't think
Public
traffic
input.
is a problem here.
Okay.
I don't think it's a problem.
Then let's keep going.
Okay.
I don't think it's a problem either, but I don't live in that area, and we did hear significant feedback from the public, and so
Yeah.
just make
Much-
sure
much
we
of which-
acknowledge.
I acknowledge that, and I think that the much bigger issue is people trying to avoid the Concord Rotary, and that's a problem that's larger than this
Yeah.
project. Impacts on adequacy of utilities and other public services. I mean, that doesn't really play into this discussion so much, right? I mean, they're hooking up some. I guess that we have comments from CMLP that says fine, we're good. They'll have an arrangement in terms of sewer hookups versus septic. Impacts on neighborhood character, we touched on a little bit in terms of what it would look like from the street, the park, and things like that. I think that it's not a positive or negative in either direction. Right now, we have a sort of a lovely break in the street front. In the future, we'll have a park and somewhat more houses that'll be visible from the street. Impacts on the natural environment. I mentioned my concern around giving the green light to a project that will have 20 some odd additional natural gas hookups or other fossil fuel hookups. And the fiscal impacts, I don't really know how we wrestle with this one. The one point you already raised is with no affordable unit compared to subdivision, this, if we were to just do a calculation, we're about $350,000 to $400,000 in the hole on this project versus a subdivision plan.
More, I think, like
yeah.
500K, yeah.
And then of course there's the schools.
Sure.
So that's just me framing the issue. Of those things, the one that I would want to see a modification in is specifically on the natural environment, and that's in part because, I live in a neighborhood that doesn't have fossil fuel hookups, and it works brilliantly, and I save tons of money. But also, that's one of the things we received a lot of feedback on, and we didn't receive any feedback asking for fossil fuel hookups, in part because maybe that's the baseline assumption, but we received a lot that were from Mothers Out Front and others opposing that.
Do you know why you don't have fossil fuel hookup?
Because
They
the
intentionally-
developer
they
was
intentionally built
forward-looking
it
and
that
saying
way.
we wanted
Right.
net zero
But
possible.
the town didn't.
No, the town didn't do that.
Yeah. I guess I would just encourage us to consider sustainability within how we've already discussed it with it, which is like a HERS rating and other things that we've like demonstrated municipal authority over for purposes of this development. So are we satisfied with what they propose in terms of HERS and?
I mean, clearly, I would love it to go a lot further. When I look at the bylaw we have today, I don't see a way, to insist upon that. I do think that, as you can hear, both from the public and every member of this board, we want more, or less in the case of energy consumption, and we would like non-fossil fuel energy consumption. But, again, we're looking at something here that if you were just going to make a proposal, you wouldn't have seen that I have to do this, if you were a developer.
Um,
You were just saying, well, we would like our
If-
developers to have this attitude, but
Yeah, if you read the PRD, fair
Right.
point. You wouldn't see that, you would expect it, but we've raised it repeatedly through the process. Or
Sure.
I have. And there's been a lot of public feedback on that point. And a PRD is an alternative method of development, right? I
To
mean,
benefit.
frankly, it's designed to allow some flexibility, both on behalf of the applicant and on behalf of the requirements that we would place upon it.
right. But I think that we are working hard so that starting 2020, assuming town meeting votes for it, we will have this as explicit criteria.
Mm-hmm.
And lessons learned. We've learned, we're gonna, going forward, we'll have that. But I think right now, we don't have it.
No, I still think I wanted to put a modification in there based on our recommendation for 11.6 and impacts on the natural environment. And I think that throughout what we are weighing in on for the PRD, you know, it's gotta be a benefit to the town. Our town values sustainability and low impact usage. And when we are bringing in a project of this size, this is the chance to do it the right way. And again, I don't think it's detrimental to the applicant, to the future residents, to anybody, to call this out and say, you're fitting in this town, and here's the best way to do it.
And I mean, in a more broad sense, in the purpose, it does outline, you know, that the development should not detract from the ecological and visual qualities of the area. I mean, you could, in some ways, interpret that to mean not burning fossil fuels in the immediate area, if you wanted to.
I mean, you're right that this is a developing area, right? We're being asked, how do we implement these goals from the long range plan? How do we implement other things that have been passed at town meeting that steer us in this direction? And we're talking about building a development, 34 houses, locking in probably their fuel source for 100 years, right? This is not
Sure.
this is not as in prior projects we've talked about making things solar ready, plugging in cars.
Sure.
Right. This is not a suitable site for solar. Right. It's north facing effectively once they knock the hill down.
Right.
Right. It'll be a north facing site where the few trees that they're preserving. We want those to be preserved, which will also
Right.
impact solar readiness. The easy answer here is to say, we think that this is a net positive to the town in terms of dense walkable development close to a train that is also taking into account the larger picture of climate change and the town's goal of moving to 100% renewable from CMLP.
And just for practical purposes, the main thing that we've talked about is heating source. And I think it was the last meeting we brought up whether they were going to use air sourced heat pumps or gas furnaces. They said for some units they would be using heat pumps, but for the majority they would be using gas furnaces. But at the same time, and it was said that it would cost them $15,000 more to use air sourced heat pumps for installation. But I presume all of these houses are going to be air conditioned, which themselves use air sourced heat pumps. So they will have all the electric already run, all the air handlers already installed.
Yep.
So to set up the outside heat exchanger is no big change, and it loses the cost of installing the gas furnace. It loses the however long these houses are in existence that they're using gas for their heat source. And that's a pretty straightforward, easy thing to do now during the construction phase.
It's super hard later.
Yeah.
So what I would to net this out so that we can move forward and we can
Yeah.
talk about the grocery store. The what I would say is I mean where I'm coming out on this, you sort of finger to the wind, is I see things in here that on the net as an alternative pattern of development over the hypothetical subdivision, that there are enough positives here that I would be, and I think it's met the base criteria of the PRD requirements, subject to the point that was raised about wildlife corridor, and subject to the zoning board making it a condition of approval that there not be a fossil fuel hookup, then that was something I would be able to vote in favor of. put my cards on the table, board, come on.
I theoretically am aligned with you, Burton. I would prefer that they do not have a fossil fuel hookup. Acknowledging, of course, that electricity consumes fossil fuels. But,
Shortly not in Concord.
which is great. I think that I'm not sure if we have the authority to do that, but I'm not sure that we don't. That's my hang up is that's a little bit tricky. But otherwise, I'm aligned with you.
Al,
I'm aligned.
Chris?
I agree, and I don't know that if there's anything else we can say, a modification about less impervious space, which would encourage a larger cluster, or
Maybe,
more
yeah.
clustering.
But, I would add that actually, more clustering of houses, maybe more duplexes.
Well, will the wildlife corridor kind of drive that anyway,
Okay.
potentially? I mean, we don't know how they would accommodate it, but, Nathan?
So just on that point, a modification to have more of the units clustered, you know, whether it's duplexes, triplex, or what does Center Village have? Those are, I think those are triplexes.
I think even just a couple more duplexes would be an
So is
improvement.
that something you want to
Really,
include?
I just,
To address your point, Kristen, to
Would
reduce
would
the-
other people be in
I
support
mean,
of
but I
that?
think it's just one strategy
Or
that you
townhouses.
could use. I mean, if they went triplex to achieve the strategy, I'd be really
Right.
happy. I don't,
So just an overall.
I mean, I think it
reduction in
would
the
be a lot
impervious
less
surface.
expensive to
That's what I
just
would like
say
to see, and
you've
then
got
see how that's done.
existing
That's-
designs, that you could just say, okay, we're gonna get another DE rather than, two B1s,
It-
and because then you're not having to come out with a whole new design for a triplex and all that
Well,
stuff.
is anyone opposed to having a modification that says reduction to impervious surface and allow, with that as the goal, and then,
Well,
Through,
how? Yeah, I mean,
Well, so
you're
you-
saying impervious surface by less rooftop because you've got more duplexes, or are you saying make the driveway skinnier, or what are
and
you
I guess
trying
I'm
to say?
saying however it's done, because the point would be, the goal would be to have a smaller footprint overall.
Because I think the width of the drive at this point is actually,
you can't reduce the.
yeah,
width of
because
the
it's our
roadway.
public services that have said it has to be that wide, right?
So if it means smaller footprints, or
I
more
think
cluster.
that's why I was
Yeah,
hoping it
so
could be a little more
through-
precise.
Well,
yeah.
but I guess I would rather have it be up to them if we say this is the goal, how could you, best.
That's fine, I can
Okay.
just list that.
Okay.
You know, through items such as smaller, more of the units have smaller footprints, the inclusion of, either more duplexes or triplex, or,
Multifamily.
or as,
Small car garages.
Yeah, you can
or
put-
single car garages, okay,
Okay, thank
I can put that in.
Okay. Nathan,
So I'll work backwards. As far as the open space portion, I'm on board with assuming the new back corridor offsets the graded area.
Okay.
And I guess I didn't bring it up enough this meeting, but I thought I did last meeting, that I was in disagreement about the
purpose?
no, the diversity of units, just in terms of pricing, because I know they gave a range, but there's only basically 2 units at that low end. So, I mean, when you're talking about 34 units, is it really that diverse when
Isn't
the
it about,
spectrum skews much further toward the high end?
yeah, I think
in
it's,
terms
there are
of
4
volume?
units, right, the DEs
Yeah.
that are the lower end units.
C2 is the smallest,
Okay,
and then E is the next.
E's,
smallest.
okay, C2s and E's. And so there are 4 units that qualify as that? 6?
What's the other, C1? Are you including C1?
No,
Yeah.
C2s.
C1, C2,
And E?
and E. So that's a total of 6.
Well, B1 is smaller than C1. Again, when you look at the criteria that, well, we have for unit type, it's 80% of one type. So I don't know what guidance we're giving in terms of what's true diversity in price.
I mean,
Again, we're hopefully gonna be more explicit about unit size in the future, but
we're talking about size.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
all-
No, there's definitely a skew towards the larger size units. So again, with the thing about the maybe more duplexes, would that kind of get us in that direction? Or the more,
Potentially.
yeah,
Potentially.
yeah, I mean, it certainly, those units wouldn't be the very largest size, yeah.
I don't know that we don't, the more that we're futzing with, like, we don't have any assurance that that plan works for them.
We're not here to make sure that a plan works for them. We're here to
Fair
make sure the
enough.
plan works for the town.
Fair enough, but it's, from a process perspective, like,
I mean, we know
Well-
the other.
like, I don't think that it's, okay.
Okay, so may I just see if we've got a thing that we can see whether people are going to,
But can I say one thing more, which
Sure.
is just like that, like everything we change, they would make other changes. So like that, we got Elizabeth and Marcia had a big concession, won a big concession by taking out the corner unit, and that impacted other things. So it's hard to say that we can just keep changing things without changing other things, like, which is why there's a process for doing this during the proceeding with
That-
the
That
applicant.
concession lost us an affordable unit and saved them the cost of building that affordable unit. So it gained us
fair enough.
space. This goes back to
My
our
only-
argument about open space versus other priorities. But it's not a free, we didn't win necessarily. It's a trade-off.
Well, right. I mean, I guess my only
It's a
point is
compromise.
that like that changing one thing changes other things. So to change like a lot at the point that we're at, to me is, putting this at risk. But or just it increases the chance of that.
well, okay. So I think, first of all, I'm just going to be kind of bold here and say, it sounds like the general sense of the board would be to recommend for a special permit, but with these other modifications. And that what I'd like to ask is if Elizabeth could summarize the modifications that she's heard that she would be planning to write up between now and our next meeting.
Bert suggested too.
Go.
Right? No, but I mean, just let's see that all of them were captured, okay, and that we agree that what those are, and then we'll get a sense of the board of where we stand on that. Is that all right?
So before I
But
do
I
that-
was just gonna say that, it sounded like to me, the general sense of the board would be yes with modifications as opposed to no, and these are the modifications. But hey, if you disagree, but I just thought I
Yeah, I
heard-
agree. I agree with you, Matt.
Yeah,
Does anyone?
So before you go there, Nathan brought up his questioning the diversity as far as it deals with price.
yeah,
And because of the size of the unit.
Yeah.
Did you want to
well,
add a modification, or is that just a statement?
I think that what we heard as feedback on that was from me and from Kate. And for me, I thought, hey, that the other modification we were suggesting, which was about,
Smaller units
smaller,
and
yeah,
potentially
something,
more one-car garages and inclusion of more
in order
duplexes
to,
and triplexes.
right, reduce that.
Does
That
that-
built area would
address-
actually achieve what he's trying to achieve. If,
Okay,
okay, and if that's
Okay.
good enough, then I think we should go with that.
Okay. I believe I'm fine as far as all the comments, as far as the neighborhood compatibility and visually from Main Street and Highland Street. And then I have Burton's comments as far as the actual criteria for this special permit. And
Conditions we'd ask the ZBA to make, right?
yep, so just going through those special permit criteria, dealing with the traffic, there's a, a larger issue as far as cut through, and that, the project will have some immediate impact, at least right at the driveway. The traffic report does not state that that will significantly impact the level of service, and that there is a larger issue with cut through traffic within the town.
Sorry, are you listing the modifications right now?
No, she's just
Oh.
going through what
I'm just-
elements she's gonna make in the report
far as the
now.
Oh, sorry,
across-
I
yeah.
apologize.
I'll get to that.
Okay, got it, I'm
Um,
sorry.
That as far as the adequacy of the utilities, there were no comments raised, at least by town staff, water and sewer, CMLP, that there's any issues with the adequacy of utilities. Neighborhood character was already addressed previously. The part about the natural environment, the comment being that this is likely to be the largest project in this area that has the potential to increase greenhouse gas emissions and is not in line with the town's sustainability principles, and loop in the modification as far as that there not being any fossil fuel hookups for the project. That as far as the fiscal impacts, the only comments that were made as far as fiscal impacts was the potential for there to be a fiscal impact on the town regarding the increase in the number of dwelling units and the affordability requirements.
Right, to meet our
Well, that was
40B
the
minimums.
clearest impact. I
So-
think this will have a significant fiscal impact on the town, which we haven't really had a discussion on property taxes versus school costs and the like, but Matt did bring forward that clear.
Could we note that the impact on the town with regard to the affordability issue would be mitigated were they to reintroduce an affordable unit into their plan? Do you think that's helpful?
I would be less inclined to make that an additional modification because, as we said, we're
Oh, I thought we were not talking about modifications right now, we're just talking about language in the report.
well, but
Talking about language in the report, so you really, that's, as far as fiscal impacts, that's the only direction you went on fiscal impacts, so,
Okay.
I'll continue. Overall, there's a net benefit to the development that it is, denser, it's walkable, it's close to the train station. I'm gonna sneeze in a second. And that is a alternative form of development. It's a preferable alternative form of development when compared to the hypothetical subdivision plan that was presented. However, the project also needs to take into consideration the town's sustainable goals and recommend the modification dealing with the fossil fuel hookups. The other modification deals with the overall reduction in the impervious coverage, potentially through the integration of smaller units, more one-car garages, or inclusion of more duplexes or triplexes. And then there's Kate's comments that were added regarding the corridor in the back. And that the project meets the minimal requirements for quantity and but as for the quality of the habitat portion, that's where the 10 to 15 foot corridor would come in.
We recommend a modification too in
Yeah.
the corridor. Yeah.
And
And then is there something about the NRC weighing in on that? But I mean, they're supposed to weigh in.
well, the box I have is that I'm gonna take your recommended modifications and have Delia review it prior to your meeting on the 7th.
Okay. So that's it, right?
That's what I have.
Okay, so if she writes up the report that way, everybody good with that? And then we'll review, of course, the draft report, come back in next time with our red lines. And we'll vote on the final language of the report, basically in any tiny, small changes that would be concrete changes, we could do that at the next meeting.
So the only other element, generally your recommendation, if you are recommending approval with modifications, you also include the standard conditions.
Yeah.
That town staff has,
But that'll be in your draft report, right?
that'll be in your draft recommendation letter.
Yes, sorry.
It's no longer my report, the
Yeah.
minute I write it and give it to you.
Okay.
So many of those recommended conditions deal with the actual physical, construction, site work, building, and all of those things that town staff typically incorporates. Some of the other things specific to PRDs deals with requirements that need to be embedded in the condominium documents, and so similar to all of those restrictions that the board recommended be included for the PRD at 430 Old Bedford, dealing with snow storage, the use of and it's not herbicides and pesticides. There's just the natural resource director gave me specific language,
Right.
Because that so those types of conditions would also be incorporated.
Okay. We all right?
Yeah, I just to emphasize, we haven't had a vote, we haven't approved it. I really look forward to seeing the letter, and if anybody that has a modification they would like to see, I would say come to the next meeting with a very clear red line or proposal.
Yeah.
Well, hold on a second. Because I thought we had addressed that with my question to Matt about like when the time was to discuss. But you're saying there's still time to discuss material.
Right, well,
Like
again,
changes.
the report's gonna reflect
Your
now.
your draft
the draft
recommendation
report will
letter,
include
your
your-
draft recommendation letter.
Yeah,
This is our
sorry.
report.
Your draft recommendation letter will reflect the input you gave tonight. Now, you may still have issues with the way it's written up, and you may need to come in and say, hey, but you gotta change this to that and
Okay.
the other thing. But hopefully it's a concrete, like, change this and that, and it's not anything new as a general issue. It's gonna be like, okay, you didn't write it up right.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay? All right.
Okay.
I think we can move on to our next item. And thanks, by the way, for the patience of the public, many of whom I think are not here for the item that we've just spent 2 hours discussing. But our next agenda item is to discuss our draft 2020 annual town meeting zoning bylaw amendments.
I think we should start with the most popular.
And I think that there's probably a groundswell of interest in the draft grocery store 4519 warrant article that has been brought to us by the West Concord Advisory Board, but our committee, which we have here. And this is a proposal to add grocery store to the list of uses by special permit within the West Concord Industrial District. And so basically and that would be a grocery store of up to 10,000 square feet of gross floor area, which is the limit within the West Concord Village. So we've had initial discussion on
I'm
this.
just gonna go take an antihistamine.
Okay,
Okay.
right, and
See me, I'm gonna start crying.
What's she do?
She's got allergy meds. She's
yeah.
Sorry.
And so I was just going to say, we've discussed this among ourselves. What I don't think that we have had is any extensive public input on this.
On this one,
Right.
I must have missed that meeting, but okay, yeah, take your word for it. I
Um,
did miss a meeting, so.
yeah, I mean,
There was
Yeah,
one.
I think
I
we
think
were
you
here.
actually, yeah. I think
Well,
you
I'm
were
trying to
here.
think of, it wasn't the one at, was it the one in the townhouse?
It was here.
Okay.
so what I think is, first of all, what the objective for tonight for most of these bylaw amendments is to look at the wording and go, is there a typo? Is there something that needs to be added to the explanation? That kind of thing, right? But I think that this is the one that we have spent, well, first of all, we didn't initially propose it. It was the West Concord Advisory Committee that proposed it, brought it to us. Elizabeth's written it up, and now we're the body that needs to decide whether we're, taking this to town meeting. And so we've had, I think, limited public comment up until now on that because the proposal was really developed in the West Concord Advisory Committee, which is a subcommittee of the planning board. So I think as to, among us, we've had some discussion.
We were not unanimous on it.
I'd
We were
like to hear.
Definitely not, right. So I think it would be nice to get public comment on this. So what I'd like to do now is to open up this bylaw amendment proposal to public comment. And when you get up, state your name and your address, or if you're a business owner, your business, and then let us know what you're thinking about this, and then we'll take that into account as we decide what we do about this going into 2020 town meeting. So is there anyone who would like to speak? Yes.
Yeah, my name is Rick Shoup. I live at 266 Deacon Haynes Road, and I'm very concerned about the size of this grocery store. I think it's going to add to traffic issues, and we don't even begin to understand what the traffic is going to look like when the 26 or the 34 units are built. I mean, we have a sense of that. And nor do we understand what the traffic will look like when we have, other development coming up, including a nursing home, et cetera. So I think the West Concord grocery store, supermarket, I think was about half this size.
It was around 5,000 square
Okay,
feet.
and then we have other businesses in town that are about the same size, much smaller, under 5,000 square feet. So I'm concerned about the size and the associated traffic and the impact it'll have on our businesses that currently exist. So I'm very much opposed to this size.
Okay, thank you.
5,000, okay, but not 10,000.
Other comments from the audience, please?
Caroline McCloy, 137 Central Street. I wonder why we need another grocery store. We have Deborah's Natural Gourmet, which is sort of a hub and a center for, I feel like it's an anchor store in West Concord. And we have Stop and Shop less than a mile away. I don't see the need in West Concord.
Thanks. Yes.
I'm Dave Halloran, and my wife and I own the Concord Flower Shop, which is about across from where this would be. And we see every day the amount of traffic, if you will, and the folks that are desperately trying to get out of where Brookside is now. And if they go to the post office, it's kind of a catch-22. Will I be 8 to 15 minutes on this side, or do I go around across from the flower shop and just take my chances? The people coming off of the Rotary and coming up Commonwealth Avenue, it's an S show. It's unbelievable that we're talking about another group of people that are going to add to. I don't know where they're going to park. And the large trucks now that try to get in to Deborah's and to the bakery, and it's unbelievable that, you know, that no one will give them the space to get a truck in here. They can't come at 4 o'clock in the morning when I start my day. That's about the only time that you can actually get a parking space there. And the folks that are living there, they're coming to a village of West Concord. And we bring in, you know, a large supermarket like this, where's the village gone? You know, people like to stroll up and down Commonwealth Ave, you know, and all the way down to West Concord Liquors and to the pharmacy and, you know, the restaurants all along there. The saturation is pretty heavy right now, and people are relatively tolerant with, well, if I have to drive around 2 or 3 times, I'll find a space eventually. And then you add a building this size, you know, a supermarket, you know, as was mentioned, we have Deborah's, we have Stop and Shop, and we have a huge market basket going in just over the line in Maynard. Why? I'm against it.
Thank you. Other comments? Yes, back there.
Dory Keough, 51 MacArthur Road. I'd be interested, I know this came from the West Concord Advisory Committee, and I'm wondering if they talked with any of the business people in town. So I tried to get their minutes from the meeting on December 4th, but they're not available yet, because I was curious to know what kind of outreach they did. I don't know if this was publicized very well to the businesses in West Concord. I'm not a business person there. But I think that it came up fairly quickly and fairly late in the game, and I wish that they perhaps had gone around and talked with the vendors that are there now. Now, I do know that a lot of us do miss the West Concord market. Its location was convenient. It was, you know, I'm on my way home from work and, oh golly, I forgot to get chicken and I forgot to eat a loaf of bread. And it was a convenience sort of thing. I think when those of us, and I'm sure the West Concord Advisory Committee is thinking of the fact that people have said, we'd like a grocery store. A grocery store, a small convenience store, which would supplement perhaps what we have in Deborah's, and although we all go to Deborah's, as Caroline said. But for some people, that's not necessarily their cup of tea, and they'd like something on the main road coming through, where they could stop off and quickly get something, and it's not gonna impact the other stores. Something like this will have a huge impact on Deborah's, on the package store, and no one does more for this community than the Sayers do, for every nonprofit that needs help. A grocery store of that size is certainly gonna wanna have some sort of alcoholic beverage. Maybe it's just wine and malt. But the traffic is quite correct, and it's, traffic studies can prove one thing or another, as we all know. You can massage this, you can do it at the right time. But just your eye looking at what is there already. So I hope that there'll be more consideration given to this and reducing the number. If there's a strong enough feeling that this is something which is a good idea, get it way down. I think the West Concord market was something like 4,800 square feet. Deborah's is now 3,362. That's the scale that we have here. This is outrageously large. I know it's less than the 35,000, but it's not right for West Concord, and I think it's going to destroy the character of this small part of Concord.
Other public comment? Yes, ma'am.
Julie Hirschler, 1381 Main Street. I don't stand to make any money out of having a grocery store and not having one, but I do like to shop down there. And I think this is putting us on a road to destroying the essence of what West Concord is. The business people are small businesses. We like it that way. We have really what we need. Not to mention the traffic, as has been mentioned, and the congestion that continues and gets worse. I just can see no value in this. I mean, the new store, the next step they'll be having prepared foods, they'll be having flowers, that will having paper products, takeout coffee, and there you have the whole panoply of West Concord businesses falling. I just think it's not a good idea.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yeah, yes, and remember, as we take public comment, you know, if you can bring up new issues, it's always helpful, just to get a sense for us to be informed. Yes.
So Karen Jordan, 66 Upland Road. One additional concern about the traffic is it adding to the cut-through traffic problem that we already have in town. And in particular, the distributors that will be bringing product to a store this size, there will be a lot of them. And I can tell you there's a marked increase in the number of commercial vehicles that cut through on the cut-through streets. bringing deliveries to the stores that we already have in town, and supplying and stocking a store of this size is gonna have an impact on the residential neighborhoods as well.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Common Lionetta, 247 Lloydbrook Road. Forget the traffic, where are they gonna park?
Okay.
My wife goes to Lincoln Physicians, I have to drive her, because she can't find the parking space. That's at Brookside. All right, forget the traffic. The parking is, have you made plans for parking?
Okay.
Yes.
There would have to be,
How
there
many-
would have to be a
how many
provision
cars?
for parking.
Where's it
Yeah.
coming from? I have a friend that lives in Brookside. I go to see him and I have a hard time parking.
Any other comments? Yes, sir.
Adam Stark, 154 Lincoln Road in Lincoln. Thank you for letting a foreigner like myself speak. And thank you for Dory Kehoe. I'm actually an owner at Deborah's Natural Gourmet with my mother, Deborah Stark, sitting next to me. Dory, you just said we were 3362 square feet. I was going to say around 3,200. You know better than I do. I love this about West Concord, and why I do want to speak on behalf of sort of our business interests. I also love West Concord for what it is. I've been here 33 of the last 35 years. 10,000 square foot grocery store in West Concord would really change a lot of what makes this town special. I mean, I look at, you know, West Concord Village versus Acton or Concord Center. I mean, Concord Center is precious, it's delightful. It doesn't have the vibrance and vitality West Concord does, and that's due to mixed use, I think. I think it's this board and, you know, previously seated boards that had the foresight to sort of have zoning, enforce zoning, maintain zoning, that we have that light industry, we have, you know, customer facing retail, we have a certain kind of density of housing that allows walkability. 10,000 square foot grocery store in the middle of West Concord would really affect that. You know, I don't think Deborah's needs to be sheltered from competition. If people want to buy their non-organic apples and their white bread, a small store to do that is great. You know, we're never going to sell Oreos. People want that in West Concord. There could be a small store to do that. That's great. But, you know, 3 times our size would really just, it would throw things off. I do also want to bring up parking, although I know it's brought up every 60 seconds in this meeting. I was not going to bring it up if this meeting was going to happen according to schedule last Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, I got an email. Deborah's, for the last close to a decade, has been renting 18 parking spaces off-site for our staff, because we have a parking lot, but if we put our staff there, we don't have room for customers because we have so many businesses on our street that don't have their own parking. 18 spaces off-site, we're paying a lot of money for this too, and people are still walking 4 or 5 minutes through the rain, the snow, people in their 80s to get to their job. We were told those parking spots, we're gonna have to pull them back now. We're getting them from Brookside. It's gonna happen in a month or 2. I am now calling everyone I can who I don't even know these people. I'm like, you have a parking spot, can I rent spaces from you for our staff? And it's not that we are negotiating on price. You know, people are saying, or it's convenience, that the spots literally do not exist for love or money right now. And I really don't know what to do. Chris Hart thinks he might have 6 for us. On the other side of the bridge, across the post office, past the housing, over that footbridge that's slippery in the ice, for our staff in their 80s, and about 1/3 of what we're looking for. So I really appreciate, because I see there is going to be a change to how this board is going to handle parking exemptions. I think it's wonderful that you're actually formalizing a process to make sure that things are addressed rigorously. But right now for parking in this town, we don't need new parking to be sort of break even. We need new parking we need exemptions to generate more parking, because it is the lifeblood of our community. It is strangling us right now. I'll close with just one other thing, but I've got a friend who owned a small health food store in Bath, Maine, not nearly as tight as ours, but what their local community figured is that every parking space is worth $500 of revenue every day. The municipal ones, I know we had a parking survey in this town, the methodology was deeply flawed. It considered a space free if it turned over once in a 15-minute increment, that can mean 14 and a half minutes taken, and then someone gets out, someone gets in, that space is now free. I just talked a lot and I'm gonna stop, but, thank you for your service again after Christmas, and, thank you for continuing to make West Concord the community we all want to be.
Okay, we still have some more comments. Yes, back here.
Chris Saya, 266 Old Pickard Road, and also at West Concord Repairs. Just something that might help the board discuss this is I know when Concord Market opened, they were required to get a special permit. And you just went through that whole with the project on Main Street. But on 11.6, if you go through all of those items, I think the board can recommend a special permit for this zoning bylaw change as well. So it might be nice to go through all those.
Oh, it is part of the deal.
Yeah, so for the special permit, it might be nice to go through it to see, what economic development and parking and all that might help for public come to discuss the special permit.
Right, and this would be requiring a special permit. It wouldn't be a by right development. Yes, and then up here?
Nancy Carr, 25 Upland Road. I was just gonna say, we also have Concord Market, we have Crosby's, we have Verrill Farm. Really don't think we need another. We have White Hen or whatever they call that one. Buy your Oreos there.
Okay.
Yes. 7-Eleven.
Okay, so seeing no more public comment, I would just like to make a proposal. I think that the West Concord Advisory Committee's next meeting will be in January before our next meeting. Pretty sure. We could double check, but I think it will be, let's see, second. No, it's actually the night after ours. It'll be on the 8th. Okay, so then I think we need to make more of a determination than this, because the West Concord Advisory Committee will not meet again. I was going to propose to send it back to them, given this commentary that we've received tonight, and ask them what they want to do. However, we don't have that luxury. We're going to probably need to decide what we want to do about this.
I propose that we reverse ourselves and take it out and
Well,
send it back to.
You haven't even submitted it, so you
Right,
can just
no,
decide
all we
not
can
to
decide
move
is,
forward.
yeah, we
I
can decide.
recommend that we don't move forward, and maybe some things for the West Concord Advisory Committee. Like if they could provide a little bit, provide a little bit more information about how it will impact the other businesses and potentially impact rents out in the industrial area. I think that might be helpful. But I recommend that we do not move forward with this.
Other
That's
comments?
my feeling.
Well, I missed one meeting, and this is new to me. Right?
Okay.
Which kind of says something right there. The meeting.
Oh, because it's so
yeah,
short.
I mean, this is. I'm quickly I'm looking at what's West Concord Industrial, what's business, what's village.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to figure out, like I was just asking Nate, where does this go?
It could be at the end of Winthrop Street. But
Well,
we would have to get a special permit, but it
the
could
point
be.
And to be succinct, we're hearing from business owners and other interested parties saying this could cause a big change. And yet, it seems to me the first rule with West Concord should be don't break it. And if there's, but we've heard previously.
No, please, no.
We follow town meeting here. Town meeting
Yeah.
either. So don't break it, but we absolutely have heard from people that they miss there being a market.
Right.
That they
I
can
do
walk
think
to.
there is demand there, but something this big, I would say we're not ready to move forward. I would want to know that there was a public forum where people could, do a charrette, say, here's what we want, here's what we need, and come with a very carefully tailored proposal. So I would be absolutely in favor of not putting this forward at town meeting.
I agree. I mean, I just think this was in response to some proposed potential change of uses. That's why this came about.
Yeah, so.
But we don't even have to go there because we have lots of stuff.
You have a lot
Yeah.
to do.
So I agree with not moving this forward.
Consensus not to move forward, thank you.
I think that. Yeah. Okay, so we are not moving this article for town meeting. I don't think we even need to vote it, right?
No, you
We
don't.
don't even
You wanna
need to
close
vote
public
that.
comment?
And we can close that, yeah. So any of you who would like to leave at this time, you may, but please exit the building entirely so that we can continue our meeting, because we still have to discuss a number of zoning bylaw amendments. Thanks very much, by the way, for your input. I think it's very helpful.
Do you wanna take a couple minute break?
Yeah, I'm thirsty.
I am very thirsty.
Right?
Yeah. Oh, man.
Thank you all.
Bye, take care.
Thanks,
Thank
Sharon.
you.
Okay, so a couple minute break.
Yeah.
I'll just keep coach tomorrow. You gotta get to wrap it up.
Where will there be snow?
Watch you sit.
Really?
In addition to my day job, I coach 2 ski teams.
What age?
10 to 19.
Really? You coach what?
2 ski teams.
Oh, really? Wow.
2 men.
Yeah.
Other warrant articles?
Oh, yeah, they're gonna go through them all.
Okay, I just have, wait, whatever, I just, I'll just sit here for a while. And then are you gonna discuss, is 1450 Main Street now no longer being discussed, is that right?
Not tonight.
Not tonight, so, and people are not allowed to in any way try to influence the board in any way between now when they go on the 7th, is that right? Also,
The board will not be taking any additional public comment, no.
I was a little confused.
No, they will not. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I'm hoping things will go quicker from here on.
Yes.
I'm hoping so.
You're just gonna,
And I think we'll go top down, which we have done, thankfully. So Thorough Depot would be the next one. Can't even remember how to type my password.
You can't think about it too hard. It's like golfing.
That's it, yeah. Okay.
I've heard.
do golf.
I tried once.
Okay.
You wanna start with that?
Without Burton?
Sure.
We've got a quorum, right?
Here you come.
Here he is. While he was out of the room, here's what we did. So we're going to the next one. We're going to the Thorough Depot map, zoning map amendment. So on this one, it's a picture, but there is an explanation. So I had 2 suggestions. One was on the 6th line. There is from a traffic standpoint then. I was the existing condition. I was going to say over the existing condition or compared to the existing condition. So basically to say represent a substantial improvement from a traffic and safety standpoint over the existing condition or compared to the existing condition rather than a substantial improvement from a traffic and safety standpoint than the conditioning.
About this one-way traffic flow would be a substantial improvement.
Would be
Over
or yeah,
I think
instead
you
of
could-
represent.
Yeah, I think you could simplify.
Okay, so this one-way traffic flow would be a substantial improvement
From a traffic and safety
from a
standpoint,
traffic and safety over.
over or compared to.
Or, yeah,
Compared
would
to?
substantially improve the.
Oh,
traffic.
yeah, whoa, yeah.
I think you could just say that. Would
Yeah, do you need to
would-
say then the
I
existing
think you could
condition?
say
You
would
could just
substantially
cut
improve
it all
the
together.
traffic flow.
Improve. Okay, this one-way traffic flow would substantially improve,
Or this one-way flow would substantially improve traffic and is supported.
And safety. Improve
Improves
traffic and
thank
safety.
you.
And is supported by the fire chief.
Yeah.
Hey, I like that.
improve traffic and safety, and is supported, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then on the 8th line, I just was gonna get the dash out of offset. Just offset is one word.
8.
Right, the very last word of 8th line, offset, off dash set, or just offset,
Oh, okay,
tiny thing.
okay.
Any other comments on the zoning map? It's an exciting one, I know. I mean, actually, it is exciting, but.
Can you make,
Can you make
can you
It's like
make
the
the
smallest change will
existing
make a huge difference.
TBD zoning, can you make that its own paragraph?
Can I make what its own paragraph?
Where it starts with the
As
existing
part of the
TBD, TDB zoning district, it just kind of explains something different. It's not critical.
You mean the as part of this proposed?
Oh, the last sentence.
Where it kind of explains the history of it about in 1928. No, it's like the,
As part of this proposed zoning map amendment to the the board.
no, I would go up the previous sentence, or two previous
The
sentences.
existing
Yeah.
TB zoning district boundary was laid out in.
Just because it kind of explains the.
It's saying, you give me some more background
Yeah.
rather than,
It is not critical to that it's its own paragraph. But
Yeah.
in my mind, I
So-
see them
no,
as
but
separate.
I can, but,
That whole from there down,
so you have to understand this is the warrant article and your.
space is tight.
But, noting that, I think that sentence and the second sentence about it was not established based, should be the first 2 lines.
Okay, start with the.
Should be the first 2 lines in the explanation.
No, I do like it later.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. All right, so yes, concentrate on space, putting it all in.
okay, now, next one. Actually, I recommend we skip over and come to the, because it will take a
PRD?
while.
The PRD
Yeah,
one?
the PRD one will take actual discussion. And I was wondering if maybe we could just nail all the rest and then come back to it.
Let's do that.
Okay, so accessory dwelling unit. I had no changes to propose. Did anyone else? We had public comment feedback in the public forum. There were concerns about impervious surface.
Yes.
I mean, are there anything we want to put in here? Because we haven't changed anything here.
No, but somebody also why is there, why do you have to have a minimum gross floor area? What if somebody wanted a tiny house?
Yeah, they did talk about that.
And
I thought that it was because otherwise we were going to violate something about the minimum residential unit size in Concord.
Well, if that exists in the building code, then it probably doesn't need to be stated here, does it?
But I'm not sure it exists in the building code any longer, or I don't, and Marcia doesn't also remember.
So should we
The
just
history of
not
why-
even have any minimum?
I mean, is there
doubt
any
they'll-
drawback to having a tiny house on a property? It doesn't seem like there would be,
I don't think so.
because
Where-
there's a limit to the number of
Where's
these
the
you can have.
minimum?
Right here,
350.
Square feet of gross floor area. I mean, I doubt if there are going to be very many of these.
Right,
that are
I'm
going to be
fine with
below that.
striking it.
I think we could just strike it for simplicity.
I mean, I'll verify with the building commissioner and the public health director.
If there's no compelling reason to have a minimum, why have it?
Yeah, I mean, 350 square feet is actually.
I've lived
Kinda
in it
spacious.
before. It's plenty. I've lived in it
I lived in a
as an accessory
500
dwelling
square
unit.
foot
Actually.
condo once, and that was tight, but that was a full 1-bedroom.
My daughter lived in a condo in Paris that was drastically smaller than that. The shower was over the toilet. All right, so
Right, so I will check with the building commissioner and the health director on is there anything else in state law that requires a minimum? If not, I will strike it for your final version on the 7th.
Okay.
But on the parking, you mentioned the concern about impervious surface. We had and I can't, was that on this one? Where we talked about stating that they specifically, I forget.
Yes.
Well, see, there's
This
table 4 minimum parking right now. So are we going to relax those standards on minimum parking?
That's a good point.
So that was what was talked about at the forum, was having a maximum of 1 space. But then there's nothing to prevent somebody from having a 5-car
spaces.
garage for the house and allocating.
Yep.
So your alternatives
stuck.
can be that, that you can say a maximum 1 space, and then if somebody wants to turn in, other areas of their, site for impervious for parking, they
So-
may do that.
Would there,
This goes back to they could pave the entire
on the
thing.
other hand,
Yeah.
but
My husband still wants green concrete for the front lawn, so
Like concrete, that's fine.
at 30
Um,
miles an hour, it
the-
still looks green.
But is there otherwise a requirement that somebody might potentially have to increase the amount of parking that they have?
Yes.
Well, that's what table 4 would do.
Because
Is
it's
it
a
says you have
residence.
to have a minimum of, was it 2 spots?
Yes,
2 spots per residence?
Per unit.
per unit.
So could we
you would
not
have to-
say, so that would conceivably say, if you built an accessory dwelling unit, you would need to have parking for 4 cars instead of 2.
Correct.
Could we say that you don't have to do that?
Correct. You can.
I strongly recommend that, because, I mean,
Can we say something to the effect that parking for all of the units on the property should minimize impervious space? This isn't a special permit though, right? So we'd never see it.
No, no.
so I would just say that the parking requirements of that table don't apply. I mean, they still are gonna have to find parking that's adequate for their needs, because they can't park cars on the streets in the wintertime.
Correct.
So,
It'd just be up to them
so,
to deal with
but
it.
what you could very conceivably have is somebody that's, I mean, we're talking, if it's a 300 square foot unit, it could be either somebody who's elderly and doesn't have a car, or it could be somebody that has 1 car.
One
We don't
person.
need 2 spaces,
What if, I agree with you.
okay?
I'm just thinking, like, what if my next door neighbor puts an accessory dwelling and then they start parking in front of my house every day? That
During the
would-
summer,
During the
but in
summer.
the winter, they've gotta find a place for that car.
But
And
even
so-
during the summer,
but
like,
if-
because I like to park my car in
But
front
if
of
they
my
could
house.
find a place,
Because
in
I only
the-
have one for one
But if
car
they-
in my driveway.
if they could find a place in the winter, they would probably use it in the summer.
Well, yeah.
It's true. I'm trying to play devil's
So-
advocate just to think through this, because
Fair-
in general I
fair point.
agree.
And that would annoy me if my neighbor did that on a regular basis.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna, but I mean, and I used to live in Somerville, where sometimes I had to park, 5 minutes from my house. You know,
Right,
there was
yeah,
a snow, or
In between, yeah.
people would put their TVs in their spot
Yeah,
in the
right,
wintertime.
right.
And I'm just weighing that against, like, I
The
get
impervious
that, I
surface,
get that's an
yeah.
annoyance, I'm
Yeah.
weighing that against the impervious
Yeah,
surface.
no, yeah, I agree.
Okay, so
I
pick
agree
a happy
with you guys.
medium, just require 1 parking space.
Yeah, let's do one. Let's do
There
one.
we go.
Do we need to
Because
require
also
one at
you
all?
have to understand, it is your goal to develop a bylaw that meets, helps the town meet certain goals, but also it's not just one voice in town that you're trying to answer to. So there will be the other side of town meeting.
I
where-
totally get it. I totally get it. The people that are concerned about the cars in front. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
so
So-
may I, that we will need to amend, we will need a section of this that amends table 4.
Which.
And it does say
Unintended
right now that
consequences.
you can have, right, 2 spaces per dwelling unit or 1.5 spaces per dwelling unit for subsidized low and moderate income housing or elderly housing developments. Why don't we just, well, it's a more global thing. I just want to make it 1.5 spaces per dwelling unit, period.
Well, wait,
Period.
you
Because
saying 1.5
half a
or
space,
2?
you got to round up if you're going to have half, right?
What was it, a Vespa?
Vespa,
I've never, just, sorry.
1.5 spaces per dwelling unit. Does that get you to 2 if you just have 1 dwelling unit?
Well, what if you have though?
And then
Oh.
3 if you have 2?
A large
1.5,
apartment
1.5,
complex.
You'd have to have 3 for 2 dwelling units.
Yes, that's what we were trying to do, but what if you now just a single family home if we just
You would have to
simplified this?
You would have to have 2.
You'd have to have 2, then that's great. Why don't we just amend table 4 to just say that for residential uses, single and 2 family dwelling and planned residential development, that you need 1.5 spaces per dwelling unit and full stop.
Because,
Because I need to find it in here that you round up.
wait, but you say
Page
single and
59, by the way,
two-family,
is
but
the
we're
table.
not talking about either single or 2 family.
Can you just use multifamily?
Because an accessory dwelling doesn't count as a 2 family, right? Because isn't that connected?
Correct. I think we're defining 2-family differently.
It's
We're
an
certainly
additional
dividing.
dwelling unit is what it is. But single and 2 family dwelling and planned residential, it's basically all the normal.
Oh, because we've been calling it an accessory dwelling unit, but that's not actually the language of the bylaw.
The
right?
bylaw does
It's an
not say additional, yeah, it's additional dwelling unit.
Okay.
But we,
So I
So
know
why
that,
don't- Why don't you just add, why don't you just add, well, so also think about your two-family dwelling unit, that would, your bylaw amendment, that would also require 4 parking spaces. But a two-family is completely different than an additional dwelling unit.
right, it's
So-
true that for
so
two
you can-
families, we probably
you
do
can
want
add-
4 spaces, wouldn't you say?
Can I just throw a wrench into this and say, isn't the whole point of this that we were doing this for residence C, and that part of it?
No,
was
this is all town.
we did this
Accessory
before,
dwellings
but-
is all town,
Additional
yeah.
dwelling unit is all through town, so you
Oh, that's
can,
right.
you can add just a new line, additional dwelling unit,
Okay,
to which we would say one.
one,
yeah,
one parking space
Okay.
per.
all right, we'll leave it, and
Minimum,
that's,
maximum? Or do you just say one?
Well, all of these are max, all
Okay.
of these are minimums.
minimums.
So they could still do,
They can still do the 5-car garage,
Right.
but it would count towards the FAR, so.
Okay.
But so my only other thing is that, you know, whether, because this table says single and two-family dwelling and PRDs.
It should say additional, right, dwelling unit.
Why do we need a minimum?
But so I think the other option is just to change I, and that, you know, you don't have to reference
Table
table
4.
four.
have it
You
just
can just
here.
say,
Should provide 1 additional parking spot,
one
provide,
additional parking spot shall be provided for the additional dwelling unit.
okay.
Yeah, like what, like Alan was just saying
Yeah,
quietly.
Why do we need this?
So,
Am
so
I
is the
missing
idea
something?
is the idea that some people feel like you're just gonna build out these accessory dwellings but not provide parking. So like the street is there could be some areas that are already congested on the street, and it's gonna be the parking on the street's gonna be even worse, or it's gonna change the nature of
It
the
could-
street to have a bunch of cars parked there versus not.
Academy Lane.
It could create an
Um,
objection that might get
Okay.
this thing shut down.
But does that make sense? I'm trying to think through it too, because like there could be somewhere that doesn't need another parking
Yeah,
space.
so if
Right.
somebody,
But they, yeah,
I wouldn't call it an additional, one additional space. Maybe one designated space.
Oh yeah,
I just
yeah,
would want
maybe,
you to add it.
maybe that's better.
yeah, you can,
when does it?
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
one space
Yeah,
must be
that's good.
designated
Yeah.
for the
Do that.
accessory dwelling unit. That sounds great.
one parking space shall be provided for the additional dwelling unit. And it would be
And-
up to the property
That's
owner
fine.
to
Right.
figure out
If that already
where they would
existed or not.
put that.
Right.
That makes
Okay,
sense.
but then is that carved out of the requirements in table 4 or in addition to the requirements of table 4?
No,
Just don't
The,
reference table 4
it'd
at
be
all.
here.
Table 4, just don't reference table 4.
Yeah, I know, but
So
if
we
you
would
look at
change it.
table 4, it
It
says,
says
I need
single-
to have,
Single and two-family dwelling.
It would
This is
not
not
count
a
as
single
either
or
of those.
two-family,
it's
This would be
additional
specific
dwelling
to
unit.
this
okay.
only.
I think
So then
it's,
do I just
I
need
think
one
I think
parking
it-
spot for my whole setup?
No, one parking space shall be provided for the additional dwelling unit.
Yeah, if you
You
don't
still
need a
have to
car.
provide 2 spaces for
Oh,
the
for-
single
for
family.
single.
dwelling.
Okay, all right, so it's still a single family home even though it has an additional dwelling unit. Okay. That's what I just wanted to make sure.
Okay.
All right,
That was easy.
that was easy. We've simplified this thing.
But you didn't have any other comments to explanation or anything?
No, I didn't have anything on this one, no. I thought that the explanation was fine. Anybody else? Okay, on to the next one.
have we allocated who's doing which?
No,
Yes,
no,
that was the
no,
meeting
no,
you
no,
weren't
no,
at.
no.
You have
All right, sorry.
You're doing the PRD, the accessory
Table.
dwelling, and the
Table.
two-family? Yeah. Okay, so, this one is about the fences and walls. And I have gotten comments from the public about this, just, walking down the street.
Interesting.
Oh yeah, what does
Yeah. Well, one that was just, this sounded kind of flippant, but wasn't necessarily meant to be flippant, which was, what's the difference between a wall and a fence? And, my sense is we've had wall and fence in our bylaw for decades, so it hasn't been a problem up to now. So why, we're not changing that notion, so why is that a problem now? But even so, I think they're kind of saying, well, why is a wall only 4 feet, but a fence can be 7? What's the difference?
I think the difference is
The building code
Construction?
requires you to get a building permit for a wall over 4 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's already a requirement.
If a wall
It's a
falls on you,
structure.
Yeah,
it's
'cause
5 feet tall, that's a big difference.
No, I
between a
understand, but you know,
fence.
that was the comments I got from the
Yeah.
public. And then, you know, just about 7 feet and whether 7 feet is a reasonable height. So what
That's
I
also
did
in the building code.
is the limit. Okay. All right. And so one of the things I did do today, and that I think especially based upon this recent feedback that we just got, was I sent emails to 2 local fencing contractors mentioning what we're planning
Okay.
and asking for their feedback. Okay.
So do you want me, I can check with the building commissioner and I can get wording regarding those 2 building code, the building code
That would be
defines a
great.
fence.
Yeah, I mean, although again, I don't know how deadly serious that comment was, but if we were prepared to answer that in town meeting, that would probably be helpful. I don't think it needs to go in the bylaw amendment, but it's just one of these things where in our
Well, no,
public
I can-
hearing.
I can put it in the explanation if it's a couple of
Okay.
sentences.
Yeah, and if it's not, like I said, if we're just prepped for during the public hearing, we can answer that, that would be great.
So the other thing, and what I'm finding is that the success of the board's bylaw amendments over these past years, I think has been directly proportionate to your explanations. Where previously none were ever really included.
Yeah.
To the extent that you do now. So the other option would be for me to.
To give more color.
To try and find a graphic.
Ooh, yeah.
Ooh.
Good idea.
Wow, okay.
That represents kind of.
That'll make the warrant so much more entertaining too.
A picture's worth 1,000
Can you get a
words.
picture
I was
of
thinking
a
of
wall enacted?
Oh, I was
But not
thinking of
in
like an
Concord.
angry president next to it.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Just a neighbor,
Yeah,
you don't want,
protect,
you don't want somebody
yeah,
at
that's
town
true.
meeting's house and.
Well, no.
That's
So
mine.
I was thinking of
Like a generic, like.
a graphic
Drawing.
drawing,
Fair enough.
but not a
That's
picture.
hard.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm not sure the town moderator would actually let a picture be in the warrant.
I've not
Graphic.
seen them like that unless
Yeah.
it's part of the
That's
actual.
a good idea.
I was
But
thinking
I'll
of the
I'll see if I can
presentation.
find a graphic.
Mm.
But for the presentation,
Yeah,
yeah, there's some in Acton that would be perfect.
I think that would be fair. Okay.
Is public comment allowed now on this or not?
I didn't think about that. You wanna have
Well, I think we were gonna have,
one?
well, we did entertain public comment on the
Yeah, that's
The
fine.
first one, so-
Fine.
huh? Yeah, I think we might as well. Yeah. Okay.
It's just very small, I just wanna make sure you include.
And identify.
I'm sorry,
please.
Joanne Gibson, 88 Walden Street. I just wanna make sure that you include something that prevents the facade of somebody's house being.
Can you pass the graphic
Yeah.
around?
Yeah, I tried to send it to Elizabeth a couple of times and didn't quite succeed. This is a case where the house is on Main Street, but it backs onto Highland. And the homeowner has put, how many is it, 8 feet? Maybe 10? Huge fence, white vinyl that goes all the way back. And so there's a house on Highland Street that's sitting there, and that's the one you see. And next to it is this fence rearing up. So there should be, if you could put something in there that prevents the facade of the,
That fence is like what, 3 feet from the pavement?
yeah, but it's the fact that
Maybe
the
6.
front of the person's house, their side yard, it prevents them from looking to either side, so you could be walled in by your neighbors.
The same.
And so, I mean, I don't know how you would deal with it, but I think that's fairly egregious.
Let's start for sidewalk provision.
Yeah.
This that should be allowed.
Public
I
way.
think that-
yeah, I mean, this would be allowed under what we're proposing.
Is
I mean, it's a 7-foot, this is,
Yeah.
it's
But the
probably a
setback
6-foot
is
fence.
not-
So
is not
maybe
right.
something about if it's on the front or the side of your house, that you
This-
can't be walled in.
I mean, this is a very admittedly unique, I hate this
It-
fence.
Oh, I see.
But it's an unusual situation in that you have a lot that goes through the block
I know.
adjacent to two lots that don't. I've
Yeah,
thought
you're not
lot
gonna
about
see a
this.
lot of these.
And it's
That's the best.
yeah.
So it's the
Well, you think
backyard
it's
of
And
this
this, and this
house.
is Highland Street.
Yeah.
What they didn't do in
It's
front.
higher than six.
They've got a great date.
So
What they didn't do in front on
Yes.
Main Street, they stopped right up there at their,
Yeah.
the front of their house, the facade of their house. If they had gone all the way through, which they could have done, what would that, and some people might start doing that. I used to live in Mexico City.
Oh, well,
This is-
Mexico.
But that was another whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All of
Must be this
California.
one right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now-
It's and it's a completely different feel to
Yeah.
it.
I don't know where else it could be,
Oh,
On
it's
Main
it's
Street. Oh,
down
this one
here.
right here.
Yeah, it's right in
if
this.
it's on Main Street.
No, this is
Front-
oh
front
Highland.
of
Yeah,
Main
there it
Street.
is. There it is. It's right
Got
there.
it.
Yeah. So the actually
But
I
this is
had
a good question, because
yeah.
people, to interpret what this means.
Yeah.
I would say in the bylaw amendment that we're discussing here, that fence would still, I think I agree with Burton. I mean, I don't know about how exactly tall it is, but I would presume if the building code says it can only be 7 feet tall, that, and it's a flat lot, it's not like they've built up the
Yeah.
ground, it probably would be allowed. It's just that it's also, I think, as he pointed out, a rare condition, that somebody would do that. It's unfortunate, but there it is. But
Well,
it's,
so
I
is there
don't think
any
this is gonna prevent it.
Because what we're just talking about here is the height, essentially.
Height and setback.
Well, it's also relative to the ground,
Right, but
to
so
natural terrain.
today, if somebody wanted to put a 7-foot fence in their front yard, up to the sidewalk, is there anything to prevent them from doing that?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But-
basically, this is only just a change in kind of the definition of, we're saying what that height is from the existing grade. So
Yeah,
there's
right.
the existing bylaw, and this is a minor change to it.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
The idea of then changing, I mean, I think changing whether you can fence, whether your fence can extend to essentially that within a certain distance of a public sidewalk, I think is really what it is, right? Because whether it's the front or the back, I mean, so for people who are following along, this fence is like, what, here now?
No,
No,
that's
here?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they-
Yeah, but
They
it's-
reconfigured the
The
garage to
driveway's
go
there
out
and
the
the
back.
fence is.
I mean, it's typical in your backyard that you would put the fence at the property line.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, well, but if you were having a setback from, say, a public sidewalk, right? Because we don't have generally.
I don't think there is a sidewalk.
There, yeah.
No,
There's
Oh,
the
that's
right
sidewalk.
away, it wouldn't be the sidewalk.
There's
Right
the,
away.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
a right of way.
but we don't have back alleys.
I just think that, first of all, this is going beyond the scope of the intent of the
It
article.
was
and
supposed to be
that
clarification.
we could, right, and that we could come back in the future and look at this issue, but this is a new issue.
By the
This
way,
is
that's
not
what
what
we
the
did
intent of the
Right. Just
bylaw
thinking
amendments
Totally
for.
agree.
And I just say,
Do you think they would do
this
that?
is, we're too far down this road to be
It has
looking
to be
at
over
that
6.
kind of thing
Should
right
be
now.
6.
Now,
Um,
I mean, but it's still worthy public comment. It's something that we should perhaps consider. I wanted to mention, I had an opposite concern on height, which was I went on to the website of one of these town contractors or, fence contractors today. And one of the things I saw was a fence that goes along and there was a gate and there was this arch that went over the gate.
Decorative.
And it was a decorative element that I believe probably went a little above 7 feet. And would that be excluded? Do we need to consider those kinds of decorative elements? And
Let's think about
whether
what
they
the-
would be
what the
considered
point is.
violations of the bylaw? What?
Let's think about what the point of it is, though,
Well, and maybe we do want to exclude
And
them, which is what you're
what's
trying to say then.
What's interesting
right?
is like why I find this bylaw so hard to read is because the bylaw seems to be is describing front yards, side yards, and rear yards, and then the fence and the wall is kind of stuck in there in the definitions of these yards. That's why I find this one a hard one to read and explain. Because it's not making a statement about the fence or the wall, it's saying that front yard shall be measured, and then going on to explain that, and then talking about the exceptions of certain things.
I felt that way when I first read it too.
So to me, this becomes very complicated to explain to someone, and then if the reaction's gonna be, well, here's an example, here's an example, here's an example, and each time we have to say, well, this is why that would count or wouldn't count, it almost defeats the purpose of clarifying this and trying to make it more straightforward.
So this is why this is really good that you start these conversations so early, because now that you read it that way, I think there easily could be some unintended consequences with how this gets interpreted or difficulty interpreting it.
Yep.
And I just can't right now at 10 o'clock at night tell you what those are.
Well, is it?
And so again, this is where, this was just something that the building commissioner and I, that
Right.
that you just kind of noticed that, it happened on Sudbury Road.
Mm-hmm.
They built the mound and then,
And then put the fence on
put
it.
the fence on it. So, I mean, is this, a critical issue that needs to be on the warrant? No.
And maybe there are a broader set of issues that we should be looking at relative to
And then
fences.
maybe broader.
Yeah.
And as Kristen points out, maybe there's a better way to incorporate this either through like a new section. And this is part of the problem with the zoning bylaw, that it's been, since 1928, all they kept doing was sticking things in. That's why prohibited uses reads the way it does.
Right. Okay, so should we not move this one this year? Or do you want to come back next time and tell us whether you've got a better solution that maybe we can move that's in the same scope?
No, at this point, it would be, a complete different solution.
Yeah. Which we haven't really socialized.
We have so many other ones too.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be happy to just say, hey, the risk is relatively small. We've got one year out of the last, 80 that, we've had something, and maybe we'll have one more fence, but, there's 7,000 properties in town that.
The only thing, and the other reason was brought forward was like for Barnes Hill Road, for like the subdivision plan.
Yeah.
You were looking at, retaining walls right at the property line.
Right. But that's in a relatively
we kind
not
of traipsed
tight.
around through a few issues, but fundamentally, I'm not understanding the confusion about saying
Well, because
not putting a height limit on walls and fences above existing grade.
I'm not saying not to do that, but listening to how Kristen read it and the confusion is that fences and walls of a certain height is not a measurement for a front yard setback.
Right, and right now it sounds like it's the way you measure your.
Yeah, it sounds to me it matters
Yeah.
where the fence is in the setback or not, type thing.
I think that on a
see.
fresh day that Elizabeth could come up with a solution to this. I do. So
Today is not
I
that
vote that we should go give her another go around to come
Okay.
back at it.
Yes, sounds good.
And if it's something that is in the same intent, I'm okay with a different solution, but it as long as it's just focused on that intent.
Mhm.
Okay, so we got next one, which would be fairs. I had no problem with the fairs bylaw. Anybody?
I'm good.
Then,
And I like that it's called the Fairs one.
yeah. Next one, two family. I just had a couple of small suggestions in the explanation, just for verb agreement, to tweak. Well, actually, So there are 9 bullets in the bulleted list at the bottom of the thing. And bullets 7 and 9 overlap. They're talking about, what we believe, and that the special permit process helps protect neighborhood character, and that at the bottom requires special permits where there's a risk of disruption to the neighborhood. I think that, first of all, we're always requiring a special permit, so bullet 9 would at minimum need to be rephrased, to say require special permits to reduce the risk or prevent the risk, or you know what I mean? Of disruption, to mitigate the risk or something like that. And then I would just strike bullet 7 because, the risk to disruption of the neighborhood is all about protecting neighborhood character, I think. So I don't see a need for both of those bullets to be there.
Okay, so require special permits to reduce the risk of disruption.
Yes, there you
in
go.
neighborhood.
And then cut bullet 7.
And you can say, and help protect neighborhood character.
Sure. And then, so consolidate those 2. And then change implements in bullet 5 to implement, just for verb agreement.
And maintains to maintain.
Oh, and maintains to maintain. Yeah, I had that one. Yeah, 8, bullet 8 as well.
1, 2, 3, 4, and implement. Okay.
Okay, those were my changes.
Excellent changes. We have a public comment on this.
Oh, yes.
I just have one question. Joanne Gibson, 88 Walnut Street.
You don't have to keep saying yours.
Will this lead to the unintended consequence of tear downs of houses that are perfectly viable, that would be fixed up like a Victorian somewhere on Main Street in West Concord? I'm not worried about Concord Center. I think of this as being a problem that you might have an incentive to, instead of fixing up a perfectly viable house which fits with the streetscape, if they tear it down and do a 2-family, you're gonna make more money, the builder. And I'm thinking of the house on Conant Street, for instance, with the flat roof and the huge and all the impervious surface. I mean, what's to prevent something like that from just really ruining the streetscape? And how much with a special permit will you have in terms of keeping to either tear downs or design review?
Any feedback from folks? My sense is that, first of all, we have, if it's truly a Victorian house, that we do have the demolition delay bylaw that can help. Secondly, that my wonder about the 2-family is whether they'll even get built versus a 1-family tear down. That 2 families have been converted to 1-families, in recent times. So we're trying to create some alternative, and I don't think that it's going to provide that much of a boost or incentive versus what we already have happening in town with tear downs. The other thing to note is that this 2-family still has to fit within all the criteria of the floor area ratio, the height requirements, setbacks. So it would create 2 smaller units relative to a big single house. So I don't see this yet, and I kind of wish there was even more economic viability or incentive to build 2-families relative to 1-families, but I don't see it as likely to create a accelerated pace of teardowns versus what we already have. That's my gut sense.
I think it's a good point. I think that there could be a small window under which it would be not economically viable to tear down a house and build a single family, but you could extract slightly more value with a 2-family. But that window, I think that window is that gap is very small, because you're going to be having incremental parking issues, design issues, fitting within, meeting all the other requirements to get that 2-family in there. I think that would probably affect very few houses, because I think the fact of the matter is a lot of people are going to say, okay, I can get my this cape for $600,000, I'll tear it down, and they're just gonna maximize.
Right.
And they don't have to go through a special permit process. If they do a
Currently.
two-family, they have to do a whole special permit.
Yeah.
So that's the other
I'm
thing.
not against two families,
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, and I think Concord Center is not a problem because of
Right.
the price of the land and the HDC and all of that, but I just worry, when I see what's happened on Conant Street in particular, with those flat roofed and so much impervious surface and something which could really jar the streetscape, particularly in West Concord.
But those are single families right now.
They're single
Yeah.
families, but imagine that even bigger.
Well, I think they're maxed out.
Exactly.
They could
Well-
not be big. I mean,
I was talking to a realtor who said there are people who live, there are builders who are building in Somerville and
Right.
Bedford and Revere, and they know how to build a two-family house right within every spec, and they will bring them in, and it won't fit within. So I'm hoping that your special permit will have enough about design review or something that should be able to prevent a real.
yeah, and we don't have design review per se yet in the town, and I've heard some proposals to create such a process. But that would be another year that kind of concept would come along. Yeah, and then I just wanted to mention, I did have something substantive though for the two-family that I forgot to write up on my email. And that was, people have asked about with the duplex, that the two-family must, be at a joined structure, have a common wall. But we don't say that common wall must be the common wall of the living spaces. And we don't say anything about how much common wall. I'm okay with actually not specifying a number of square footage of common wall, but I do think that saying that it must be the living spaces have a common wall would be pretty helpful to reducing the cases of having 4 garages and a unit on either end, which I think would be a very regrettable pattern of development.
So, in the shall share a common wall or floor,
Or floor, yeah, if they were above and below, with the living, the adjacent living space.
okay, but with adjacent living space, so they might have a garage wall attached to.
It might be mostly a
Could be
garage, like that
garages
one from
with
the,
house going around.
yeah.
No,
So
I understand not having garages abutting and connecting, but you can have a garage abutting living space for the adjacent unit.
I was thinking a little bit more than that at least at some point there was an adjoining point that would be the 2 living spaces. I mean, like the design that in the last PRD we just looked at, where there was the sort of that touched on the sides, and they had the garage on this side on the one and the garage on that's an example of one. They don't have to be like that,
But you could have here's the garage for one unit, and then here's the adjacent unit, and this is living space.
Yeah.
And their garage might be over on this side.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so the 2 living spaces don't touch.
So there wouldn't be 2 living spaces.
I see,
touching.
but then the living, okay. So
that's why I'm saying if you say shall share a common wall or floor with adjacent living space.
and that, let's try that.
I'll talk to the building commissioner. about
Okay,
it.
let's try that. I just wanted to get, the thing that I mainly want to avoid is 4 garages in a row with 2 units. Yeah, that was not a nice look.
I'll get the building commissioner's input.
Okay, any other on the 2-family?
Just pertaining to design review, I think we should have design review for fences.
Okay, but that's a future item.
Okay, that's the next one on our list.
So legislating taste is always fun. So relief from parking. Any comments here? I thought I had something. I said, I just wanted to change item A, the word in dash line to aligned. is not aligned with
Yeah.
current industry standards. Okay, anything else on that one? Then, Hammerhead Lot. Any Hammerhead Lot comments? I had none. You okay, Elizabeth?
No, you have one other, comment that I'm, on the walls and fences that I'm just looking for.
Oh, on what I wrote up?
Yeah. Fourth line of bolded italics paragraph. Oh. For fourth line of.
It wasn't on walls and fences.
No, it was on two family. Fourth line italics.
Oh, yeah, remove the comma after dwelling. That's right. And
There's,
yeah, it's where you say, yeah, it's where the noun and the verb are split. So you say, in an existing single-family dwelling, comma, shall share. So it's just the dwelling units or any additions to create an additional dwelling unit in an existing family dwelling shall share with no comma. That's all. Okay. Now, prohibited uses. And there I had a comment just leading on from the discussion with our new town manager about your roadworthiness or something. And you'd said that you would look at, there's some official lease that you can use about that. And you were going to add that. He was saying, you know, if it's not just that it's registered, it needs to actually be something you could drive. Not that we have a lot of things up on cinder blocks in yards, but.
operable.
Operable. Thank you. Okay. And that brings us
Where
back.
does it go?
Oh.
Operable trailer without.
Let's see.
As our.
This one again is hard because it's a negative.
Inoperable. Could you say inoperable?
So.
Inoperable, comma, without a valid registration or used for habitation on the property.
We're in trailers.
Wait, I still don't understand why that's separate.
Huh?
I still don't understand why this is separate. Are expressly prohibited in all zoning districts of the town, as are, and then there's another list of use. Why isn't it just all listed together, and at the end it says are expressly prohibited in all zoning districts?
Because it's a 1928 zoning.
I know, it's really, I don't know how you read these things.
So is.
It's a lot better than the building, than the,
I don't know,
Yeah, I
is
know.
including
National
that
State.
word material to.
Huh?
So is the problem that somebody's gonna register a trailer and then?
keep it registered, but not have it be operable and just keep it there. Why? Again, he said that it was an issue where in Longmeadow it was an issue.
Right.
I have never seen anything like it in Concord.
I still don't understand how.
I mean, it's solving a
How
problem
this
that
is-
doesn't yet exist
how
in
this is
Concord.
a
So we
use.
could just ignore that and not put it in. But I'm just saying, if you, I thought you had an elegant thing where you'd said operable.
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
don't know how you add that.
Right, and
To
I would
this-
say if you could do it in the negative. Oh,
In-
including
inoperable
non-operable. See, it says non-operable automobiles.
Right.
Right.
So
But that's because it's a
non-operable
salvage
automobiles and trailers.
But
It's a non-operable trailer.
right.
It doesn't have wheels. It doesn't,
So then wouldn't that no
can't
longer
trailer.
be a
It's not
trailer?
Trailer.
All right, well,
But what I think is interesting is that salvage yard, junkyard, that's a use. A trailer is not a use. So it's weird that, you know, living in a trailer park is a use. But just a single trailer seems like that is not a use, whereas all of the other ones are uses.
Okay, so once again, the zoning bylaw was because of one person and their fifth wheel trailer.
yeah.
Which is
I think that
operable because you can attach it to something and move it. That's
Yeah,
the only way a trailer is.
I think we could ignore the operable.
looking at the wrong one, am I?
Yep.
We
I
could,
think if the building commissioner came by and saw somebody had something, you know, up on cinder blocks, you know, he's
we
gonna
could go
say
after it next year. If it came back like that, we could come after it. All right.
I'm
Still
gonna-
think
let's
it's still-
ignore
it's
that.
not enough. I gotta
All right.
Sitting there for.
So that brings us
Year
back
and
to the PRD bylaw, which
It's
at
not.
10:15 we are going to have.
Yeah.
Oh, you were
Discussion.
fine with the relief from parking?
Yes. No, just kidding.
Well, we had that one comment on the relief
Yeah.
from parking that
I don't care.
that
And my next
one-
door neighbor's
A line.
a line. Yeah. Okay.
Hammerhead lot?
Everything
Yeah, it
was
was fine.
fine with Hammerhead
Okay, I
Lawn.
don't know where I
And
was.
next.
Okay, PRD.
PRD bylaw. Okay, folks. Comments?
At 10:15,
So wait,
let's hit it.
Before,
Anybody have some eggnog we
before
can hit
you,
first?
before you go on,
Yes.
before you go on, was,
Haley's coming.
I think all your other bylaws, they all had explanations.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on.
Okay, so I think Haley's comments are a great way to start.
I think it's Haley.
So her first comment
Wait,
is
before, can I frame it up before
Yeah.
we go into hers? Because I was looking at it today and I just reminding myself that we had 4 objectives for this one. It was to make the planning board the permitting authority,
yep,
and I think that the current draft does that.
takes care of it.
The second one was to have the projects be subject to site plan review.
Takes care of that.
Takes care of that. To incorporate LID, encourage LID or require LID, which I don't think it does yet. And green building or energy efficiency, which I don't think that it does yet. But maybe we can bring something.
And now there are some additional things.
And then there's and I think we had consensus on the wetland thing. So that's, I was just trying to go through those categories.
Well,
I
and
find it
common
helpful to go
open
through those
space
categories.
preservation, we're increasing the amount of common open space.
Right, but I think we have a consensus on that.
Okay, but
Sorry,
does
but-
the language?
So sorry, maybe that what I just said wasn't useful. I was just trying to, like, when I.
No,
said
it was
that-
useful because
And so maybe we do have those additional categories.
Right, so you're trying to focus the discussion on LID, on green building,
Which you're separating
from the other issues. I would like to add to that the 2 provisions that have been put in about, accessibility of units and, for incentives for smaller unit sizes, which I think both need to be rephrased. So those are my
You said
2 cents.
accessibility or affordability?
Accessibility, the ones that have you can go straight in through the threshold without steps and stuff.
Zero entry, I think. is
Yeah.
called.
Any other sort of, so again, the framing, those bullets, how about the 25% wetland included in the basic density calc? That's something that Haley's brought up, and you're saying that we've already agreed to that.
No, I am not saying that, sorry.
Okay. So that's something I think we need to add
We
to
these
the
terms,
discussion.
low impact development, green building, are those defined in? They are. Defined in.
Low impact development is, I don't know about green building.
Not defined in the bylaw, but you're defined as that has a meaning.
I believe it has a meaning, but
Okay.
again, you're incorporating something that is not in here, so
But they're concepts.
they're concepts.
So I have a suggestion.
Well, just the one,
EPA
this
has
is,
some definition.
this is the twitchy lawyer coming out of me, but I mean, what's our, in the bylaw, I mean, when I see a capitalized term, it's defined somewhere within the body of the document. Is this,
It is not defined in the body of the zoning bylaw. I mean, you can include a definition if you like.
well, no.
Or
Yeah.
a definition that just
Or
refers to something,
Yes.
yeah.
Or,
Yes, defined
so
by.
either, what I would just, simple comment, I would either include a definition or not capitalize the terms.
Correct.
For low impact development, it loses its meaning if you lose the capitals. So I would go with including definitions.
Okay, so low impact development meaning what the American Institute of Architects, whatever it is, calls low impact development. Which would be good.
Yeah, and there is a real definition.
Green building, do we feel like that there's also, is
I
there,
don't know.
and what do
We
we,
call out green building practices, right? So that's very big.
and that, I feel like that's
And
gonna
that
be
would need to be.
a buzz term that
So
in
can I-
50
so
years.
why don't we
people
do that?
will-
So I think that we need in the body of the document to include something with teeth to.
Mhm.
So why don't we do that first and then go back and see how we're gonna describe it? Because if what we're doing, the only thing that I've seen that anyone's proposed, which is Haley, is to include a HERS index, which I think we're gonna get the sustainability director to weigh in on. So if it's a HERS index, then maybe there's a different way to say that other than green building practices. What Elizabeth?
So you've already had a conversation about, so what I'm gonna caution you about is the structure of bylaw. And by including an actual index, this is the conversation you had last time, you're now limiting yourself that if things change in 5 years or 10 years, you're talking about having to go
So
back
what's
to
the
town meeting.
alternative? Because we wanted to find an alternative.
So this was the conversation by now requiring site plan approval and having the sustainability criteria that kind of gives you the flexibility to have the conversation and the compromise and the back and forth in project design with an applicant. The minute you start defining things in a bylaw to such specificity, you will start running into problems, because you may end up having a project that completely thinks out of the box and somebody's like, nope, it says right there. So I'm just cautioning you, as far as in terms of the zoning bylaw, sometimes not being so specific and providing the room for you to have the flexibility and the discussion does work to your advantage. And the only other thing I'm gonna caution you about is, this is the history that Marcia gave you. The minute that the bylaw becomes too onerous, nobody will use it. So at this point in time, some of the things you're discussing and about incorporating will make this, you won't get any more PRD applications. And you'll just get standard subdivisions. And that's just a reality, and I can see your mind working, Nathan, but
No, I like the vague. I was about to say contrary
It
to what
is-
you may
it
have
is a
heard
reality.
earlier, I like the vague language because it brings in the PRD applications and the opportunity that they might have, but gives us the ability to move things in the direction that is appropriate at that time.
You make it sound like it's a honeypot.
No, but I mean, the whole
me in and then-
point is that you
But
want to
I'm
make it
so-
attractive to the widest group possible, but
And then work
the
together.
goals of the
Yeah.
planning board or the town at any one point in time may move. So like, you don't wanna, to Elizabeth's point, you don't wanna have something fixed in time, and it doesn't work later, and then you're either having to go back and change it, or you're stuck saying, having an argument like we did earlier about
So-
this is exactly says this.
Maybe this is just like we have to debate it point by point, but I think that in general, we've agreed that we wanna move the dial on having the PRDs be reserved for more aggressively green proposals, so we're not, I don't know that we know how to do that. So maybe it is going point by point, but I mean, part of me thinks that the low impact development belongs to a revision of this town-wide stormwater bylaw. So it just, should we go to like point by point?
I think so. And I mean, that first point, well,
What is the first
maybe
one?
we'll start, use your first point as the first point. Your, because it was what we were just talking about. Low impact development, you're saying that you don't feel that currently low impact development is adequately described. I think that Burton was just suggesting a definition. If you had a definition that pointed to the standard, would that then do it?
So I don't have a definition, but this is what I was gonna include in the body of the, wherever we go through the accessibility standards, this would be a separate subsection.
So, but starting, starting with the purpose, I understand, the what the board's trying to accomplish. I have difficulty including very specific terms and languages in purpose. A purpose is supposed to be a general idea.
Well, let's decide what the body is, and then we can decide how to describe it in purpose. It's kind of like doing an executive summary, like kind of after you've written them. Like, if what I'm saying here doesn't fly, then I think it's gonna come out altogether, Elizabeth.
So we're talking.
I know, don't even. Well, let me read
Right
it
there.
and yeah.
In the development plans.
Well, that's just a requirement for the.
Go ahead.
Okay. So there was gonna be like kind of a design standard where we list with like what the accessibility standard is and where the diversity standard is. This would be like the standard for stormwater. So it would be the stormwater drainage system shall incorporate low impact development techniques to ensure that the site design, including grading, landscaping, and building and road design, maintains natural drainage flow paths, minimizes land clearance, encourages cluster buildings, incorporate bioretention and rain gardens, and minimize creation of impervious surface. Whatever.
So so you're talking about adding a new section, to address
Correct.
stormwater, which I think is fine.
Okay.
But I think you need to, include to the maximum extent practical,
Okay.
or
I'm with
or
that.
something like that.
Yeah. Agreed. So it would be like they would come to us and we'd be like, how is your plan low impact development? And they would say, we have 2 rain gardens, we have disconnected the roof drains from the stormwater system, and we have done this, and we'd say, okay, that sounds good. Or we'd say, can you do green roofs too? Or, they'll say, well, it's not practical, and we'll say, okay.
Was that one of the things you sent me?
No.
No, okay, good.
I did need to print that, but I didn't, I just wrote it.
Oh, is that the thing that you sent at 6 o'clock, or board member here at 6 o'clock?
But you did, someone copied it, so you were here.
Yeah, well,
Oh.
yeah, I get here at 6:30.
It didn't occur to me that we could have stuff copied until you said you were copying Haley's thing. And then I was like, oh.
Yeah, I was copied.
Oh, really? You were just learning. So is what I just said, does it sound like too restrictive, or does it sound like it's not broad enough so that we can move the dial on it when we need to as the years go by, or as different projects come in, or does it seem like it's moving the dial in the right way?
I think it incorporates language that's currently not in there. And I don't think it's that restrictive.
It sounded general enough that
You wanna
people
read it again?
could describe different strategies for achieving it.
There's something about the way it's written that's not right. The stormwater drainage system shall incorporate low impact development techniques to ensure that the site design maintains natural drainage flow paths, minimizes
To the extent practical.
How about to ensure that the site design, to the extent practicable, maintains natural drainage flow paths, minimizes land clearance, it encourages cluster buildings, incorporate bioretention or rain gardens, and minimizes creation of impervious surface.
So why don't I'll incorporate that for the next iteration, and then you can further wordsmith it on the 7th. You want to send it to me.
now let's go back up to the purpose.
Yeah.
So in
Well,
the
I think that the
purpose-
purpose, it just says low impact development, right?
Yeah. Or we can, yeah. And so then we just, is it a big deal to add, maybe it is a big deal to add a new definition to the bylaw. But I can come up with a definition.
The definition for low,
For low impact development.
So I would rather in the purpose have something that's not that specific.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right,
We
it
can
just
take it out
says
together.
low
I don't-
impact development, and then if we have a definition elsewhere, then it's fine.
I don't need it in the purpose. I just want it to be the standard that we go by.
I wouldn't mind having some standard definition of low impact development somewhere.
Fair enough.
I was just looking to try to see if there was one we could point to, and I don't see it, but then I'm not an expert in this.
Well, it's kind of like what this is. I think different. Yeah, the EPA says low impact development refers to systems and practices that use or mimic natural processes that result in the infiltration, evapotranspiration, or use of stormwater in order to protect water quality and associated aquatic habitat. And then talks about, so I don't know that that's.
That sounds great.
Uh,
I actually like that.
Alright, well, I'll send it and you
Okay.
can kind of see if there's anything that you wanna meld together to
Yeah.
make your own. But
Okay.
it prefaces by saying urban runoff, low impact development. And there's a good toolkit too that I found, like, that the state put out, that's like a bylaw toolkit kind of stuff. Oh, yeah, didn't I? But it's really, but that's more for rewriting your stormwater bylaw.
Okay, so do we have this now?
I think we have
So
it.
we just refer to lid in the thing as it currently does in
And not
the
the
intro,
purpose.
in the purpose.
No, and, alright, so.
So it already refers to lid in the purpose, but we'll
So
need
are
a
you-
section
are you-
that describes
well,
what
it's a
you
new-
need to do
are you-
about it.
So are you leaving this language in here?
Right,
Okay, so you do not have a definition of green building practices either.
right, that's the other one.
Which, this is where I prefer having just the broader site plan criteria for sustainability.
And indeed, I mean, it seems like that's what the other town bylaws have done. They refer to, I mean, we, Haley got together the language of the different other bylaws and they all just refer to green building. They don't go into,
You could
Infinite
make it
details.
lowercase,
oh,
Yeah.
okay, sure.
okay.
Okay,
And how she got the PERS index out of Braden? I'm not saying we need to get index, sorry, just stick with it.
So what did you decide on your?
so yeah, this is the question is, do we remove the 25% of the bonus basically? Or do you, so you can count 25% of wetland as part of the area of the property for basic density calculations today? Do we want to exclude that? And what Haley's saying is all the other neighboring towns exclude it. We provide some credit for it.
exclude wetland
Yes,
in the calculation.
right, because they're protected lands, so they're not buildable anyway, so why should they count towards basic densities for view? I mean, they do count for whether you have a buildable lot, is it a quarter acre lot or an acre lot, right? It's just you can't build on that surface, and I think that that's kind of what the logic was here, but we're only giving a percentage credit for it. So,
Yeah. I would point out, I think that if that was a requirement in my neighborhood, the Riverwalk would have never been built.
Correct.
right,
Because it's probably, if you include wetland in it, it's probably 80% open space. If
Okay,
you
but
don't
so what you have to
include wetland, it's
understand
probably
that
10%.
this is floodplain or wetlands conservancy district. It's not wetlands, and it's not non-jurisdictional isolated wetlands subject to flooding. So the wetland conservancy district is something that was mapped in the 70s, so it's.
But in clarifying that, what do you mean? So in this, we're saying
you would not, you would not include wetland conservancy districts.
So the question I was raising is whether you wanna change, floodplain or federal, state, and local wetlands.
Well, Elizabeth, do you know what the purpose of this is?
Of the wetland conservancy district?
No.
Of giving this bonus is so that sites that have a lot of wetland on them could still have enough density to have a development.
But why do we want that?
Why do we want that? Because you have situations like the Riverwalk where they were able to, build a cluster that, in one corner, because, the rest of it's all wetland, but there is a corner that's usable.
Why, yeah, okay, so maybe I just.
But also, it gets back to, making this so restrictive that nobody uses it, because in a subdivision, you can lay out a lot, and only 50% of it has to be upland. Only 50% has to be outside of the floodplain and the wetlands conservancy district.
And all of it counts as
And
square.
all of it counts.
I don't know what, I don't know what the purpose is of having it be based on the wetlands conservancy district, instead of regulated wetlands. Was that the point that you just made, or no?
Yes, that was the point I was trying to make.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think we could change that, right?
Okay, well, let's start there.
Okay.
I don't know what's do beyond that, because I don't really just look at it.
Right, and I also feel like this is a new thing, it's not the thing that we started off trying to change. It's just some additional things, and by the way, giving credit to Haley, she looked at all these other bylaws and we're the only one that does this. So is it an innovation on our part, or is it a laggard thing that we?
I don't know. That
See.
question of how, when it, is it too restrictive, it's such a hard one to.
So that's that second part, that's the 25.
Yeah, so I think that right now, I would feel more comfortable with just change what we're referring to instead of the wetland conservancy district to something more official, current. But then maybe just leave this bonus in as it stands right now.
Can I ask,
Because if we've had it, we've been using it, it's been, we've.
can I ask a stupid question? So the yellow highlighted text, that's in the existing bylaw?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the yellow highlighting is indicative of areas that Elizabeth thinks that we should look at and wonder if.
Right,
Okay,
and
so
so.
yeah.
You still haven't finished talking about, it's like on the next page.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I just.
Okay, so we're gonna, are we determined here that we're gonna just change that reference away
Yeah.
from the wetland
And
conservancy district?
My battery's running low, oh my god.
Okay, next one. And Haley says here that the 2 times max density allowance is very high. But I would have to say, the last 2 PRDs didn't even use above basic density. So I'm wondering if that's a problem that needs solving, that our multiple's too high. I don't see it as a problem. We can always say, we don't think you should get 2 times. 2 times is the maximum, that if everything was all in the right direction, we could say yes.
So
But you saw with the one that we had on Old Bedford Road, we said, no, 8's too many. And then we said, you said 7 feels like too many.
So why didn't they go for the bonus density? I think
well, because
not to discuss a case that's closed for the time being, but they were. It seems like historically we've seen cases where there's objection to the density, or there might be other restrictions, like in terms of infrastructure requirements. We want people to take advantage of the density.
Right. Because they built affordable housing up until now, that's why they would get bonus. Now, we're suggesting there's some other reasons why we might want to give bonuses.
I think that the hypothetical 2x, considering we haven't seen anybody go above 1x. The only way you're likely to see it is if you see significant multifamily dwelling units, right?
Sure. Oh,
It's
you
the
could
Allen-
build,
it's
you
the
could build to
Allen
that
side.
density, it'd be smart growth, it'd be good, if you did it right.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, I don't see a need to change that ratio. I think, again, give an incentive, to propose something cool.
I mean, I think that, yeah, we talked about smart growth in terms of just because there's a certain number of dwelling units doesn't mean it's gonna increase significantly the population, but I do think it's something to keep an eye on.
Sure.
So, I mean, we don't want that much density, we just, infrastructure not gonna handle it. But you're saying if
Depending
you had-
on, how it,
Well, can we start knocking
It's
down
configured.
other houses and opening
Yeah.
up green space elsewhere?
that would be nice, but.
Yeah.
All right.
because I would keep it at 2x.
1040.
I would keep it at 2x because
Yeah.
because the
Well,
thing
then
is,
let's keep going, because that wasn't even in the scope of the draft warrant article suggestions. I just want to make sure that we've considered what these are. Geothermal, consider geothermal. I mean, I think it gets back to the sustainability and having latitude as technology.
I think the geothermal part, again, like any developer's gonna see that and think cost. But there's nothing against saying, to what Brendan said earlier, about non-fossil fuel based, full stop.
Yeah, but I agree with your
But that's
point.
their proposals to do that as a general bylaw for new development for all of Concord.
Yeah.
So I just wonder,
But that doesn't exist.
it doesn't exist
So,
yet, but
I would not dictate a specific solution. I think you're generally much better off setting a goal that's not solution specific and letting people come forward. For example, if we said you've got to have solar, and we
Right, and then-
2 years later we would have said, oh, what happened to all the trees?
Right.
Right.
Her point is that it is the time to do it with new construction of all these units.
Well, and talking about the developers moving significant earth already, that may or may not be the case. We're
I think enough of it's been moved for making all the foundations or anything.
You're talking about this now?
Anyway, geothermal, but that's okay. I agree, keeping it keeping it based on kind of what the goal is and letting specific technologies arise.
Mhm.
okay, just
What
to,
about the net zero bonus for net zero or an incentive?
I could see that.
Yeah, I think that's great.
That
Like-
because that's a goal. You get to net zero any number of ways.
Yeah. Yeah, but I hate when they build a giant house and then put like a 10 kilowatt system on it. Why don't you just build a reasonable size house that uses a reasonable amount of energy and put it smaller? But
But
you're
if
right.
it's net zero, if that's how you want to spend your money, right?
Because it still has to do with the footprint. So that's my thing is that I still feel like but anyway, okay. Alright, so
That
she
gets
snuck that
back
one
to
in there as a
the
bonus.
point I was raising earlier, which is how are we phrasing these incentives? So you see here that, we've got the all electric, but we don't have anything about, the achieving a net zero or a HERS rating
Yeah.
or something like this.
Yeah.
It would be nice.
And how much are they gonna compound each other? If you have
Bucket them all into
yeah,
houses.
if you have a net zero house that's less than 200, although that's what we would want. A net zero house that's less than 2,500 square feet.
Right.
Well,
It'd be.
except,
And maybe you
in
could
a
have
theoretical development that was of a larger scale where you put all of that effort into the handful of smaller units and not into the larger units. that
Got it,
you
yeah. Well,
haven't really-
Well, see,
Percentage
this
is
density
interesting.
bonus should help. So
Yeah.
I think we need something here that's not just all electric appliances and HVAC, but also just about the efficiency of the dwelling units, right? So net zero, that's a pretty absolute one. I think that we would give density bonuses for less than absolute net zero, wouldn't we? Or would we?
no, because they're gonna get it for other things, right?
Has the sustainability director weighed in on this?
No.
No.
Does she have something in front of her and just hasn't gotten to it, or?
She's on vacation.
Oh.
Would we, just in terms of structure of the way this is written right now, would we allow bonus density if they were all market rate but they were net zero?
Yes.
Okay, so I think that in the first sentence, we can actually just get rid of. It says, if all units proposed in the PRD are market rate units, then only the basic density shall be permitted. I think if we get rid of that sentence and instead start by saying, increases beyond the basic density within the PRD may be authorized by the planning board based upon a mixture of the following: affordable units, restriction on size, right?
Yeah, and I'd say keep it vague, right?
Yeah.
So
the percentages tied to these things.
yeah, don't put percentages. Well, first of all, we say if percentage is this, and then we don't say this is what you get.
Exactly. This is how much
Okay, so we should just say,
How about
based upon units that are, the number of units that are under 500 square feet with one car garage, number of units that have 0-step entry, all the use of all electric appliances in all units, or the net zero construction techniques.
Can I say one thing on that? I know I said I liked it vague earlier. My concern then is if you make it so vague that they don't know what the goalposts are going in, they're not going to outlay all of this only to find out no.
Right.
I
You got one extra unit.
You gotta have
doing all
something
that.
that lays out the playing
why
field at least.
don't we just say, so what we actually mean is that we're looking for something that's really, is like meeting a standard in the industry of what's out there for energy efficiency and low impact development. So why don't we say at the board's discretion, we can, like if a site developer comes in with a plan that demonstrates that they are proposing those things, that we, at our discretion, we can offer bonus of a certain type.
But here's my concern, nobody's taking advantage of the bonus. But we want people to be building with more sustainability and lower impact. So how do we do that? What's the incentive for doing it if it's not bonus density?
Well,
I feel like it should just be part of it. If you're gonna put in a PRD, then, some of them need to be this, that, or that.
Well, so here's an interesting thing. So on a recent project we saw, it jumped down below the bonus density because it was right at because of the small size of the project. Once you got rid of the affordable, you got rid of the affordable unit, and because you were sharing the cost across too few units.
Mm-hmm.
But if we have other criteria, right, an affordable unit is a giant step up, right, in terms of cost. So the developer, I don't know how much it ends up costing them, but it's probably a fair piece. If we've got other criteria that could be, like, let's say they figure out, oh, this is actually pretty easy to make money selling 2,000 square foot units with heat pumps, right? So you might actually see somebody jumping at that more easily because your incremental cost is less.
Oh, I think the criteria should be attractive to developers who want to sell to people who want to move into Concord. I just, but I don't see them, it being that attractive that they're going to want, do it just for the density bonus. Is there some way where we could just put it in, you gotta do this or this? Like pick that menu.
Then they won't bother.
Okay.
I would say on B, rather than have a specific percentage, I would like to set an expectation though, so you don't get the one unit, right, that's got, so I would say perhaps if the majority of units are less than 25,000 square feet.
51%.
I would take it. I can't even imagine if they did that.
So start just sitting here listening to this, knowing I have a half-hour drive home. So for A, you get to that affordable unit requirement. So this one is if you go above the basic density by 1, you have to have 1 unit affordable, and
Right.
that's why nobody does it.
Right.
So, being realistic, is there a threshold where, is it 2, 3, 4, 5 above the basic density, then you have to do a affordable unit.
I think the way to avoid that step function is that you can make a contribution to affordable housing the fund. Now that we have that trust established, you make a contribution that's based upon the incremental value,
But
we're
then
not there
you
tonight.
will get a heated discussion on the floor of town meeting from
You
people
will.
that say,
Affordable
you know what,
housing.
the money doesn't go as far as making the builder build a unit. And
Well,
having an
also
actual
just you
unit.
get kind of snob zoning out of that too.
So
You don't get the dispersion of units around town that you would get. So it's,
So the status quo
this
today
has
is you don't
already
get
been
the units.
argued many times in town meeting, so.
And we're not getting the units.
No.
So,
do we have an approach here that we're happy with?
I would suggest that we need to provide some guideposts in B and C in terms of numbers. And if it's not a specific percentage, a substantial number, a majority of the units, something along those lines, because I don't wanna see tokens.
Yeah, if at least 50% of the units. Why don't we do that for both of those?
Sure.
Okay,
For both, even the
yeah,
zero entry?
I'd say.
Okay.
I mean, although the strategy that I've heard, by the way, for communities that adopt accessibility, is that you want all units in the community to be visitable. Essentially, because if you're having folks that clearly would have, issues, then you're saying, well, they could go to these houses, but they can't go to those houses in their neighborhood, and I've seen that standard adopted, like, okay, you design a neighborhood to those accessibility standards, or you don't,
Yeah, I'm very
Maybe you
curious.
don't want, maybe you want a house where you don't want people to come visit you.
Well, no, I'm very curious about how topography would play into that and what places you could do that with or not.
Yeah,
If that's,
sure.
I don't know enough about it.
Okay, but I mean, I've been involved in a development that had this, so, visitability,
So
essentially.
you're not
All
changing
zero
A in any manner to address that affordable.
The step function?
I don't think there's any
Easy way.
small, easy way to make that change. I think it requires
Okay, so-
a rethinking.
B and C at 50%.
Yeah.
D, you want all of the units?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I do.
and then do we wanna have a net zero?
Well, do you want D just to be, it's interesting that we say have all electric appliances and HVAC system as opposed to an all electric home. Or I'm
can you have a propane grill built in your backyard?
I think so, right? Well, I mean, are we or do we just say no fossil fuel infrastructure? I mean, I'd rather say it in a positive way like this.
I think this is okay.
Okay, I would leave it, but I was just curious why we didn't say like an all electric.
Do we have a net zero option here?
Not yet.
Do you wanna add one?
Did Haley recommend one?
She did.
Yes, net zero would get you a bonus.
Well, and the thing is that we talk about electric, but we don't talk about efficiency anywhere. I mean, I guess we say green building at the top, maybe that's getting us there. Maybe
So
that's where we
one of
just
the
work
things
on.
okay, so
And it's not a density bonus, it's green building principles, period.
So is it net zero would imply electricity generated on site that was so the house consumes
see,
as
and
much
I don't
energy
think
as it
that's
generates.
necessarily needed.
Got a big ask for locations.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not always,
Yeah,
I think let's leave that aside for now.
I think the bigger thing is consumption, which has more to do with the building practices of and insulation and that kind of thing. If
Are
we
you-
could get them to do that, then I think we'd have less of an issue with
No,
how they
I'm
buy the
full,
power.
I'm full, that's okay.
Okay. No, I just wondered if you
Yeah,
were
but
running
my
against the
concept
clock.
just changes the night
Okay.
goes on,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Yeah, they're about to come heat up at 11 to
Okay,
encourage people to
Yeah.
leave.
okay,
Alright, well,
Uh,
I think what we have to do is just keep.
we're just leaving it at this.
Okay, let's keep.
All right. Then keep going, next yellow. We've already got the 35% done.
Everything else is perfect.
Oh
Keep
wait,
going.
I have a
What else
comment
is
on the
yellow?
wetlands thing.
Oh,
Oh yeah, 10.2.9, this is like small.
Yeah.
But instead of making the change, the last sentence, I would just add the Clean Water Act. I would just say as defined under the Clean Water Act, the Wetlands Protection Act, and the town's wetlands bylaw. Rather than
You sure you wanna do that?
why?
Is it gonna change? Our administration.
Oh.
We do,
Hold on.
straight.
Alright, so you want
I
to
would just,
say
I
the
mean,
Clean
it's a
Water
small
Act?
thing, but it's just keeping it consistent with the way it's written right now, rather than like rhyming it to like all these other federal and state statutes, which we don't.
So
I don't know,
does
it's
the
just,
clean, with the clean, so the purpose was to not have the upland, 50% of the area upland. So not to have a non-jurisdictional isolated wetland subject to flooding be allowed to be included in the upland. So does the Clean Water Act? Because the Wetlands Protection Act doesn't do it.
yeah, it's the Clean Water Act.
Okay, alright, so that's fine, I will change that.
and then that just leaves us with the explanation.
Wait a minute, did we do the
Yeah.
open
No,
space?
you have to do, so 10.4.1.2 development plans
Maybe it's already
consisting of,
Oh, I just didn't see the yellow.
I didn't either.
Oh, yeah, the
Okay,
if
yeah, yeah.
applicables, yeah, I wanna get rid of the, I mean, certainly green building practices would always be applicable, I don't know when they wouldn't be.
because you
Depending on what you mean by green building, I mean, I agree, like, we should always be building green.
Now, I can imagine that,
But that goes back to the problem of what,
Yes.
how we're
I would-
defining it.
I would, so we're defining
I
it lowercase.
Yeah.
yeah, it's lowercase, but then you get rid of the if applicable. And then the,
I always have a hard time with green, but I would say building practices that emphasize
Why not
and energy
sustainable?
efficiency.
Is it sustainable? It's not sustainable building practices, what is it? What is green building?
Well, it's a term that people make a lot of money off of.
Yeah,
I mean, I think that's such a broad term that it will cause you problems.
So, and I think our point there is that we wanted the building practices to result in lower energy consumption. You know, and in theory, hopefully they're using materials that are healthier for people, but I mean, I think
Which
that's part of it.
I think you can grasp that through the site plan review and the sustainability criteria.
So are we talking about getting rid of G or just getting rid of the applicable?
I think
I
that
was
we
just
should
looking
keep
at the
it.
EPA site on green building and just seeing if we
should
could
keep
do
it.
something consistent with what we've done with low impact development. But I don't think that green building practices are as well defined as low impact development is.
So, let's see. I want there to be a slightly higher bar than just
I think
whatever
this
the
is all
industry
you want.
standard is.
Yeah.
As being like the vague capture
So
of
there is this definition
direction
on
we're
the EPA website saying green building is the practice of creating structures and using processes that are environmentally responsible and resource efficient throughout a building's life cycle, from siting to design, construction, operation, maintenance, renovation, and deconstruction.
It's no longer maintained. Oh God.
and that gives us a capital G
They do that a lot.
green building definition to go to.
Well,
Well, even though they
Life
don't
cycle stuff
capitalize
and
it.
stuff. Like with the
So
LID,
you
there
would,
was
no,
like
but
a
the
bar.
building part of building is not, that's just title case.
I look at this list and I think, Elizabeth, these are things that if you're a developer, you've got your site plan, building elevations, all of these are, you turn around to a certified professional and they develop this because there's an industry standard understanding of what these items are, including,
That is not the case with G.
it's not the case with G. Yeah, and so I'm just wondering,
It is the case with F, however.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
it's the case with F. So with G, I mean, Kate, I'm with you. I really want this to be I mean, we've talked about flexibility and some vagueness, but then in part we're relying on future boards to really care about this stuff. And the fact of the matter is, we're volunteers. You know, when Gary was on the committee, he was asking about HERS ratings every time. When Brooke was on the committee, he asked about trees every time. The composition changes. I feel like we do want something specific in here, but it may not be. I don't know how to deal with it. It may not be in this list, which is a list of very specific things that a developer will be able to turn around and pay somebody to build, or whether how we bolster it. And it's not really the green building terminology which bothers me. It's that you need a nuts and bolts thing like, okay, so who do I go and ask for my green building practices submission?
Green, yeah, so G is not a development plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like we're just asking for like a narrative. Like tell
I-
us. Like, tell
But I
us.
think they would have to do that for each of the site plan criteria. They're gonna have to tell you how they meet those criteria.
And so where you brought me back to where I wanted to go. On the site plan criteria, remind me, where have we put into that criteria, let's generally call them, you know, environmentally conscious practices?
That's just in the sustainability criteria.
Yeah, I think we should expand those. I think we should expand that bullet, that one bullet.
In
Just
here
to
or
give
in
a-
the site plan
In
review?
the site plan review.
Can we do that later?
Oh,
No, I mean next year.
Sure.
That's what I
Okay.
mean later.
So if G
So-
is
so-
energy
Good, so but we can do
calculation,
Right, but then that's an area that you can keep working on
if
later.
G is about energy calculation, and it says he's to be net zero, for example, or something like that.
Yeah, that you could turn around to an engineer and,
Right.
and say,
Yeah.
all right, so
So G is, you want more a
I mean, a calculation of energy usage in line.
Close to net zero.
Aligned
It's-
with green building practices,
Or in line with the town's
sustainability goals.
sustainability goals. I mean, because then you've got to get somebody who actually sharpens their pencil. I think that's a really good suggestion around. They've got to come out and say, okay, we're actually looking at building envelope or whatever it is. So
so what's the
Somebody
term?
can calculate
Energy?
energy calculation.
yeah, and
Zero
There's
with
an
that
actual
net zero.
term for it.
can we placeholder and we'll get the actual term, but a calculate.
So energy calculation for the development,
Yeah.
energy calculation for the development, or, alright, so yeah, somebody needs to give me the language.
It's really close. We just don't want to specifically say. I mean, we could say, you know,
Are you asking, you're just asking for the calculation,
could
but not
be-
specifying where it is?
or perhaps it could be a HERS calculation for the overall development that supports the town's sustainability goals.
But I don't think you put that language in G. I think you're gonna just ask for this energy calculation, and they're gonna have to provide you the narrative
Yep.
on why they meet
There
the
you go.
site plan criteria.
There you go,
That's
so
good.
we're adding
That's
energy.
very prudent guidance.
Think we,
So somebody still needs to, I can't function anymore. So somebody still needs to write up a narrative,
an
an
explanation.
explanation.
Anybody
And then you did get,
so moved?
comment letter from, an email from Tanya with a couple of suggestions
Well, we
about
did
H.
put in the tree inventory, right?
Yeah, but she had a couple, existing tree inventory is required under the tree preservation bylaw.
Right, that's in there now.
And her, statement was to add, and documentation of how the tree preservation bylaw requirements will be met. So that's gonna be the mitigation, like the replanting,
Yeah.
you know,
And they
so,
don't need to do that now as part of the tree preservation bylaw?
I mean, isn't
It
that the
doesn't-
rules and
It doesn't
regs?
apply
But-
to
But
communities?
that would be prior to the issuance of a building permit is when it gets triggered.
I see, okay,
Um,
so then I think that's a good
Yeah,
suggestion.
and then she is suggesting also adding a new item I, an inventory of all trees on the site that are of or above, like 6 inches in diameter. So the tree preservation bylaw only deals with the trees that are within the setbacks.
That's true.
and not within the whole entire site. So now you would be requiring for inventory of all trees on the site.
And who would
But-
review that?
Yeah, and the, you know, I think when we were going through the rules and regs for the tree preservation bylaw, we looked at even for the setback, if you had a wooded lot in the back, you had a 10-acre wooded lot, there would be a lot of trees to look at, right, to inventory. And we said, no, if you don't plan to cut any trees, you don't need to inventory them, you know, in those areas, if you know.
It was like a 50 feet from the limit of one.
Yeah, and so if there was such a thing like that put in here, I would definitely want to make sure that we had that kind of exclusion, because, you know, you could have, especially with a PRD, you could have 28 acres set aside for conservation land. You gonna inventory all those trees? No, I don't think you need to. So I don't know if we need that last one. I mean, I do think that it was poignant here, you know, in a recent PRD application that, you know, the specimen trees were important, and I do think that we should look in the future at a specimen tree bylaw. We don't have anything like that now, but.
Well, how about we require inventory, a specimen tree inventory, we could do that.
But then we have to define a specimen tree.
Yeah, I know, well,
and-
it's defined under the state, it's just.
That's what I mean. We don't have to do all of this in the same moment, you know? We can come back to specimen trees specifically. I think that that is a missing element in our tree preservation strategy right now, and we haven't addressed it. And now that the tree preservation bylaw has been on the books for a couple of years and people have gotten used to that, I think it is time to come back. But for this, let's just get clear that yes, the provisions of the tree preservation bylaw, we want to make sure we implement them appropriately for PRD.
Remind me, do we have a tree warden?
Tree warden, there's discussions about that, but that's,
We don't right now, sorry.
well, it's a,
We have an acting tree board, no.
Yeah.
Oh,
The consultant's not over.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry.
And then the last comment was to require that they put a sign, an advanced posting sign on the property when the PRD application is filed.
and on that, I just wonder about those kind of posting requirements. Do we have those posting requirements anywhere else in our bylaw for any other kind of project?
No.
Yeah. I mean, so like for the library reconstruction or, you know, because I mean, there are all kinds of major projects in town besides
We have no
PRDs
posting requirements for applications.
for anything.
No, I think the noticing requirement should stand as they are.
Yeah, okay. Did anybody else feel strongly about that? Posting a sign? Physical sign?
Right now, the notice goes to abutters.
No, not even that. There's just notice of,
Just public notice.
Yeah.
Meeting.
Well, so what will change though is currently the planning board has all of their public meetings on their recommendations. The legal notice for the abutters may not have gone out yet.
but there would be a public hearing now. right.
But now, since you would be the special permit granting authority, the minute that we post for the public hearing, abutters would be notified.
So it will be improved.
So it will be, the notification process will be much improved.
And this is gonna work from a time perspective when we take on something, when the planning board takes on that extra approval step. It's hopefully only gonna be no more meetings, cause the deliberation will be roughly the same, right?
Correct. So who's gonna help?
Anybody want to write an explanation?
Oh, did you?
Um,
I can do it, and when do you need it by? And I mean, I can try to do it, when do you need it by? You have to give me a deadline, else I won't do it. Just to make it up.
By 10 o'clock
I
Friday.
can't. I'm sorry, I can do it by the end of next week, is that okay?
By 10 a.m. on, what is it, the 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd?
That wasn't a deadline,
That's
that
next
was
Friday.
3rd of January,
That was
by
a,
10 a.m. January 3rd. That's Friday morning.
yeah, I think I
That's
can do that,
Next Friday morning.
yeah, I can do that.
Give you-
Okay. So I think that, would you all agree that we can defer discussion of liaison reports and staff updates to the next meeting?
Yes.
Any public comment? Yes.
One quick one, Carlin Reed, 83 West End. I was a little surprised that no one from the West Concord Advisory Board was here to explain the need for their article. It almost seems like it was a summary dismissal without hearing the other side of the discussion. And this is something brand new to me too. Like Mr. Flynn, I would like to have heard the other side of the story, but it wasn't presented. That's all.
Yeah, I wish they had attended today too. I mean, I am the liaison, and I could have described the whole history of it, but I didn't.
Is it true that this can come up again next year?
It could come up again next year. We didn't ever even submit it, so yeah.
So maybe it was, you know.
If there's a special town meeting in the fall, it could even come up then, you know? So, yeah. I don't think all is lost. I think that even a member of the West Concord Advisory Committee would agree that it's worth examining a little more before taking it before town meeting. Okay. Thanks, everyone. My meeting is adjourned.